Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hey everyone, and welcome to phase 2 of the rotation. Yesterday, we actually got to see top 6 teams already secure their place towards the final, as they did hit the ground running and put the performance in when it mattered. Now, we've lost 6, we have 10 remain. It's now time for us to top up the lobby, because 10 teams doesn't really make a good PUBG Esports lobby. We're bringing the next best 6 EU and EMEA mixed teams into this one to the top of our lobby for a grand 16. They're going to get another opportunity, but only 6 games on the board this evening. Again, they've got to show what it takes. Get it done today, get your ticket towards that grand final. There is one more chance though for these teams tomorrow to qualify. 6 spots up for grabs again today, 4 spots though for phase number 3 tomorrow. It's key that these teams get qualified, because let's remind ourselves, not just the lion's share of the prize pool, it is these PGC points up for these teams. It's kind of a big deal. Hopefully we're all on the same page. We are fast approaching though for our first map this evening, as I can hear the plane whistling in the background, and it only leaves me with one of the most amazing jobs to do, and that's hand over to our amazing casters. Look, guys and girls, please welcome and join in our wonderful casters. Over to you, Toby and Felix.
Here we go, as Mark so nicely presented. We are ready for day 2, phase 2 of the rotation playoff stage. I'm Toby, joined by Felix, and we are ready for a, hopefully, if it's anything as good as yesterday, a set of 6 absolutely phenomenal matches. Felix, let's kick it off. How are you feeling today?
Mate, I'm feeling great. We saw 5 out of the 8 partner teams yesterday already going through to the finals, and that also means we've got 3 of them left, and they're going to find it out in today's lobby with a bunch of more playoff teams. So I think it's gonna be one hell of a day. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, I feel like even though we had 6 games to go over so many things today, yesterday I should say, there still were things we didn't quite get to dive into. Pretty much just because there's so many changes. So many things have happened since the last tournament we had. which in terms of official circuit would be PGS1. Now coming into the rotation, the regional tournament here in EMEA, so many things have changed. We're kicking things off today as well as yesterday when we did there on Taego, where we have blue zone nades, and that's just, I mean, that's just the map alone. Then we have all the shenanigans of emergency parachutes that we saw being used yesterday, deployable shields, everything. It's a whole new game. It's a whole new game, Alex.
We had some crazy storylines yesterday, in case you've missed the games, specifically the second, I believe it was, with Miramar, where we saw the emergency pickup being, put into use for the first time, and that team actually getting the chicken dinner on top, which was Ascent Clan. So just to give you a taste of what's been changing, and we were talking about it being a new era for PUBG Esports yesterday, and it really feels that way.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. If you're new to PUBG Esports, what a time to arrive, because it feels like, to some extent, everyone is going to be somewhat new to PUBG Esports.
Oh, yes.
With how many things have changed. We're seeing some highlights here of yesterday's matches. FaZe Clan played absolutely phenomenally. Nice to see, actually nice to see them finally get something going early off in tournaments. They have kind of been the slow starter in various tournaments in the past. So good to see them punch their ticket for those grand finals alongside 5 other teams: Ascent, Twisted Minds, Push and Shoot, Foot Esports, DA or Digital Athletics, and then of course, as I mentioned, FaZe Clan were all yesterday able to secure their grand final spots. And by the end of today, Felix will have another 6 joining them.
Absolutely, and you were talking about the teams that did qualify. Well, let's take a look at some of the teams that did not qualify, especially Na'Vi. And we see them in the back of the screen right now. They had an amazing performance in the last, I want to say 2 games, but especially in the last game, where they almost got the chicken dinner, but couldn't quite win. We're going to see it in a second in the highlights, I'm sure of that as well. But couldn't quite win that last game, and especially talking about Na'Vi, since they've been, they've been amazing inside the EU and EMEA scene so far, internationally as well. And I think both of us expect them to do well today.
Oh yeah, I mean, if what they ended up doing yesterday is what they can come into today doing as well, they should be just fine. We talked about it just a second ago. We a little bit of a dive. Now let's take the deep dive into exactly how this playoff structure is. Because yesterday was phase 1, today is phase 2, tomorrow will be phase 3. The only difference between these 3 days is that in day 1 yesterday and today, we're qualifying through 6 teams. Tomorrow, only 4 teams will advance to the grand finals. So yesterday, 6 teams qualified on through. Today, we're fully resetting the leaderboards once more. 6 teams, the top 6 from today's games, will go through to the grand finals. And then once those games are over, we will reset once again. And then for tomorrow, we'll add the last teams, and then it's only going to be top 4. So if you want to maximize your chances of going through, you better make it today, because tomorrow there will be 2 less teams qualifying for next week's grand finals.
Absolutely, and why is it so important that you get into the finals? That is obviously because we have PGZ points up for grabs. In case you haven't been following the PUBG Esports scene throughout this year, that means you need to grab those points in order to qualify for the PGZ at the end of the year, which means the Global Championship, which is, well, not only plenty of money, but especially plenty of honors up for grabs.
Oh, for sure. Here we're seeing the teams that are playing today. As you can see, some of them played yesterday as well. The ones that weren't able to obtain the top 6 spot, and the remaining few are now with us here as well. After all, joining the lobby, Bitfix, as well as Salvem, Solo, Who Are They, and Win or Die are 6 teams to join the lobby that played yesterday. And it's going to be interesting to see, because we talked about it during yesterday's matches as well. Not only are we now playing on 3 maps, Felix, but the full reset of not only the leaderboard, but now almost swapping out half the lobby. That is going to be very, very difficult to adjust to in just one day.
Absolutely, especially for these teams that just about didn't make the cut yesterday, which is BBL, Yepa, and Na'Vi. Same goes for Pod, actually. All of these teams were in the 5 to 6 point range of qualifying, and even during the games already were qualified but dropped out of it to some degree. For all of these teams, it's going to be especially frustrating because, as you said, new enemies, potentially new drop spots. We saw a couple of contests yesterday on Taego as well, which is going to be the first map for today also. So, whole new day of adjusting, and the points are reset, most importantly. Everyone's back on 0.
Exactly. We are playing this map order. We saw this map order on screen yesterday, just so there's no confusion. But today, it sticks. Today, we're going Taego into double Erangel, then into triple Miramar. And I don't know. I feel like we didn't really see... I mean, other than... Okay, Ascent did kick things off with an emergency parachute into a win on the first Miramar game. But outside of them, I feel like the emergency parachute situation only really kicked off once we got over to Erangel. Maybe when we're finishing on Miramar today, maybe when teams have now had that extra day to watch back games to see what worked out for them, we'll see even more teams try and utilize the emergency pickups. Because I feel like within every lineup, there is a strat where that emergency parachute can come in pretty handy.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of lucky in that degree that we had a military circle yesterday, a very very cruel one as well, because we saw not only, I think my guess was 3, but in the end we saw 5, 6, maybe even more than that.
I think it was 7, yeah,
maybe even 7 emergency shoots being, put to use in that circle. So I'm going to be interested to see, especially since we've got teams now that had competitive experience on, and only Taego, but all the other maps throughout the qualifier. That is, to some degree, definitely an advantage in terms of using the new equipment in a very competitive, not only scrims, because we all know scrims is something different than actually playing the qualifier. So we have more playoff teams coming in today, obviously, and I'm excited to see if they have, maybe figured out something that we haven't seen yet.
I think it's always difficult when you not only add 1 or 2 teams, but almost half the lobby, in this case 6 teams. I think it's very hard to just go, okay, this is how the lobby played yesterday. If we just bring our own play style into what they were doing, it's gonna be fine. Because you're changing up too many teams to expect, I would at least say, you're changing up too many teams to be able to expect the lobby to play out the same as it did the day before. Let alone the fact that Na'Vi did practically nothing. They had 5 points in the first 4 games yesterday. If we see that again today, I would be incredibly surprised. So that alone is a big change in pace. But also some of the teams that did qualify through played really well yesterday. So now there are some teams that might not have been able to perform that well yesterday that will have a chance to step things up. And here we're seeing our current leaderboards. And would you look at that? Mark ain't even here. And still, despite that, he is currently in first place. I'm not sure if I am appreciating that too much.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm more concerned about you because you had a play yesterday that didn't play. No, sorry, but you have the one today that doesn't play, actually, right?
Yeah, that's also a thing. Okay, so for those of you guys who don't know, Twire Fantasy, it's absolutely amazing. Hop over to Twire GG, make your teams. You can still, I believe, for the next second or two, if you're fast enough, set it up. But go in. Make your fantasy teams. It's absolutely amazing. Know one thing, though. Between these phase stages, you can only change 2 players. And my issue is that I had 3 of my 4 players qualify through yesterday. So Metralius, who's on my starting roster today, he isn't even playing. And then I thought, aha, I'll just fix it with my substitute. And then I realized that I had 2 DA players on my team. 1 in the sub and 1 playing. I was like, God Christ, Toby, you messed up again. There's just something with me and fantasy teams, Felix.
Please mess up.
It's just, yeah. Don't have 2 players from the same team in your starting roster and sub. Then you messed up like I did.
Yeah, but once again, you are able to change 2 players after each playoff day, so make sure to potentially update your roster right now if you haven't for today. I certainly haven't. One interesting thing to note, we all expect Example for some reason to just pop off today, which I think kind of comes down to us all expecting Na'Vi to do well to some degree, because in this lobby, all the big competitions, I want to say the bigger competitions are already qualified to the finals. As we said, 5 out of the 8 partner teams have already made it through towards the grand finals in the next week, and yeah, we all know what damage Na'Vi can do if they do get to play their play, if they have the space, and if they can show their individual style of play. Highly structured aggressive, I think that's what they called it.
Yeah, exactly. They are a phenomenal team when they play well. Unfortunately for them, they do play well quite often. Here we see once again our 16 teams taking to the battlefields today, as they will hop over on Taego in just a brief moment. And again, I mean, every game that I get on Taego is just Toby in a candy store. I don't even care if the circles are rubbish. I don't care if we're seeing non-stop hot drops like we saw in the beginning of yesterday's games. I just want to see Taego, man. I just want to see pro players duke it out on a map that we haven't really seen pro play on before. I'm so excited to have one more map that isn't a small, jungly map, but it's a big 8x8. You can move around. You have space for everyone. Some would argue too much space to move around in the open, but I want to see, hopefully, in a new area of the map and ending today, as compared to the northwest side of Terminal yesterday, and just a good showing of what this new esports map got for us.
Yeah, I'm especially hoping for a different kind of circle than yesterday. I thought that was kind of the most basic circle we could have potentially gotten in terms of, Terminal. Everyone's used to that area by now. I mean, the map hasn't been out since yesterday, but instead, for quite some time. So I'm hoping for a more spicy circle today, and if we have that or not, we're going to see in just a matter of moments, because we are going into phase number 2, and that means the second day of the playoffs. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome the 16 teams for today.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely phenomenal. And for those of you guys who have had us muted up until this point, even if you still do, for starters, you make a big mistake, because we're amazing. I'm not bathroom Toby today, I think. Let me double check. Nope, I think I'm on the right mic. Everything should be good. No bathroom Toby, no Opera House Toby. It's hopefully good mic quality Toby, and most importantly, it's good playing path PUBG for these players. Straight across the map, they take us as we hop over to Taego for the second time in EMEA broadcast history.
And there we have a playing path coming up. And once again, I'm so excited for that first circle. As I said, I'm hoping to get some more creative playground. I think we haven't really seen the most of what these teams have to offer in terms of rotations as well yesterday. So, once again, hoping for a more spicy circle. We saw plenty of hot drops yesterday. That's the second point I kind of want to make. You expect the same thing happening today?
I kind of do. Even though I am always against hot drops in general, I feel like when it's this case where nothing has really been set in stone in terms of where people land, and now that I say this, we are seeing that there really aren't any hot drops, so that's just even better because we get to have even more players alive. But I don't mind it in this particular case. It's a new map. People still have to go out and show who they are, you know?
I'm especially interested in Erangel and Oculus because we saw them having a fight yesterday south of Fishing Camp, which is exactly where they are right now. They kind of, especially now with that kind of circle, crossing the bridge is going to be a problem. We saw them run into each other yesterday very early on, and I think they wanted to force the fight as well, as far as I'm concerned. So especially interested to see how they're going to do it. I mean, Erangel always has the opportunity to go over the western side of the bridge, but we'll see.
We will indeed. Let's see now. Circle towards the northwest. A bit of a interesting shift where, because of the water in Phase 4, a lot of people coming into Taego being announced as the new esports map, going, oh, all these circles are going to go to the same place. They're going to end pretty much in and around where we were yesterday, down towards the terminal on that southern side. But now you get the first circle north. This is pretty much the equivalent to a military circle on Erangel. So already now, we asked for change. We're already getting it as well.
Absolutely, yeah. The equivalent of a military stick. That's an interesting point of view, yeah. We'll see how these rotations are going to be done. It's exactly where, well, emergency parachute could probably come in handy, but we'll see.
Sure will. Let's take a look now at Entropic, a team that's undergone some roster changes recently. We're seeing here Mexi joined Entropic so that somebody would have a bigger in-game head than him. Fair. Ivar's bright football career was cut short by injury, so he went into esports. Nailup's rigorous fitness routine makes him need 3,000 calories daily to maintain his max, and I couldn't keep on reading. That's unlucky. Solo Karooks, you'll be the last one. We'll mention you, and there you are, the fourth member on the team.
So we were talking about that fight happening yesterday. It's not going to happen for today, but either way, they will still lose a player. All goes on that rotate very early on. They did try and make it early, but a formulation that must have been kind of a trap they were setting up, because I don't see them I don't see why else they would be that far southern of Palace where they started off. So good thinking by Formulation Gaming. That must have been kind of a setup trap for them, and they will be rewarded with a kill point on their own as well.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get to play all... I mean, they did get to play, but not a full four-man game of Taego yesterday, as they were hot dropping alongside Twisted Minds. So today, a little more calm, as they do manage to find a first kill, I should say. But outside of that, they are still all fine. And Oculus, I mean, they had a pretty interesting day yesterday, too. Them and Exalt were pretty much just running shoulder to shoulder the entire day.
Yeah, it was so weird. Whenever we were looking at them on the map, we saw them being very close to each other. We were debating yesterday what's kind of the reason for it. Is it, you know, sort of kind of play style in terms of, you know, the similar kind of wraps or similar kind of drop spots? At least for Taego, we can confirm that, you know, they are very close in the early game. Yeah. But for the rest of the time, yeah, very, very interested to see how this is going to pan out today, because both of these teams are still in.
Seeing Solo trying to fend off here against Howl. Rotating way on over. Priel does spot one man, taken down to just about half HP, but able, at least first vehicle, to fly on over. Second one makes it as well. I believe Howl might get to live with the scare here. Yep, no more bullets connected on that one. Dangerous though, as Solo came up right next to him.
Yeah, Solo made it in from the EU qualifiers. 38 points, 21 kill points. We're kind of mixed with a bunch of other teams around that point mark, but they did get the tiebreaker with 17 placement points. Excited to see what they're going to have to offer today as well. First time from their side. First opportunity to make it into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's I'm curious to see now that we're, I mean, especially again, very first game of we maybe not the first game of Taego for some of these newer teams, because I did play Taego throughout the qualifiers as well, but the first real on-broadcast showing for 6 of these teams coming into Phase 2 now, and we're giving them a bit of a change circle from yesterday's games too, so there's not really a whole lot you can go back and watch through. I do love this bridge design, though. The fact that you can actually have 2 people, or 2 teams, I should say, rotate across the bridge simultaneously, maybe even without knowing there's an opposing team rotating underneath or above you.
And Exa, we can see in the kill feed, also losing a player early. So Orclas and Exa kind of having the same fate as yesterday in terms of Taego, at least, and in terms of starting off this match well. Probably try to drive scout that compound, but got punished by, I believe it was Tizzer, who's gotten that first knock. Venture also yesterday was the least placed team, was absolutely like the last place. He's 16th place, even though they did have good positions in the early game, but they somehow always got breached, or, you know, Ascent suddenly came flying down on them and suddenly got the frags. We saw Chris on Miramar, for example, with an M249. I mean, well, to some degree, what can you really do about it? But then again, I mean, Venture, they have to be more grouped up, more coordinated today. And yeah, since I have Pains on my fantasy team, I'm hoping for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't, they never really had a game yesterday where they were all 4 alive, you know, through the mid game, ready to take a proper fight. They took casualties early game very often, and I think that segued into them not performing too well overall on the day 2. Baron Peak falls as once again rotations kill come through. We haven't really, okay, so we've lost 4 players. We're about to lose our 5th, depending on whether Exalt will be able to get their last player up on his feet or not. But all these kills have come through in vehicles. It's all teams rotating, and again, that's one of those where it's a new map. We don't know the exact timings of the rotations of our opposing teams on a map like this, because believe me, if this was Miramar or Erangel, they would know exactly when to rotate and how to rotate in order to avoid some of these kind of chaos or traffic jam areas and moments. But those areas and moments haven't really been found yet on Taego, because the map is still so new. So that's why you're seeing teams kind of cluster into one another a lot more here than you normally would.
Yeah, you were talking about something really interesting there as well, which is rotation paths. Especially, I think, since the map is still so new and you haven't really gone through every single potential circle, I still think that's a thing you have to think about as well. You know, where are the cluster points? Where are the points that you can expect people to rotate in through? Sure, the bridges, as we saw from Relation Gaming in the early game, these are kind of the most obvious ones. But as soon as we get into phase 3, 4, or maybe even phase 2 already, especially with this circle, I'm going to be interested to see where teams are positioning themselves outside of compounds to maybe expect these kind of rotations coming in.
Yeah, we'll see Fairest get a peek on down towards Sarbim. Still got all of the players inside the compound down below, but not sure if Exalt are looking to take a fight here. They heard Venture wrap in behind him, so I wouldn't assume that they're wanting to contest too much, because there's a very big chance of them getting third party. And then we're seeing BBL stand on top of each other in a vehicle. Now, don't be fooled. The map might be baiting you, or not might. It is. They are, in fact, flying. Unless if they are actually parked in a vehicle, I don't think they would be, but the map doesn't register them flying until they start parachuting in, so they should be emergency pick-upping their way towards the circle right now.
Yeah, but already lost your play in the early game as well, coming back to them yesterday. It's also been very close, a couple of more points. If they would have done a couple of more points in the last game especially, that would have been enough to qualify to the grand finals as well. They've had a pretty good showing. Been rather consistent yesterday as well. Not really too much of a breakout performance in any of the games, but just consistent points being amassed from them. So that's not an optimal spot in the best of 6, especially since you know you've had the performance yesterday. Definitely not the kind of best thing to happen in terms of confidence for them. But I'm sure if they continue to play as they've shown yesterday, they will qualify as well.
Yeah, you'd have to assume. But again, can't take too many things for granted here. BBL, they actually full speed sent it across the island. You're going, wait, what? Weren't they just down by the airport? Yes, they were. And now they're all the way up towards the northwest side, all the way up towards Wolsong. So, successful emergency pickup jump from Taego. The first one, I believe, that we've seen in proper use so far.
Yeah. Also quickly touching on Entropic, because we saw them struggling yesterday as well. They finished the day off in 11th place. I feel like it's kind of been the same scenario as with Venture, but to a lesser degree. We've never really seen them in a full 4-on-4 fight, full 4-on-4 isolated fight, and I think this is a team that's, if you look at it, like with Lucarus and Avex and Naleb especially, that is a team of fraggers. So I think putting them into the right positions, they do get that today. They can definitely amass like a 10-12 kill game, but they just haven't gotten to the positions yet. And I'm concerned since today, as we said, you know, playoff teams coming in, more teams coming in that they don't necessarily know that much about. This could cause more chaos. Or on the other hand, maybe they use that distraction, they use that chaos, and are able to fight that way. And we'll see. It's kind of a 50-50 thing for me today.
Now, this new circle just popped, and imagine, Felix. Now, it took me around 4,000 to 5,000 games of casting Miramar to finally get to cast an island ending. Imagine if we get an island ending on the southwest side here today in the second game of us casting Taego. That will be absolutely insane. In the meantime, let's focus on what's relevant right now, and that is the fact that one team succeeded in their emergency pickup jump. The other team in Bitfix, not quite so, losing 3 already, as that's the issue. Once you come in late in those parachutes and everyone can see you, you are just too easy to take out.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate crowd area to drop down on as well. I mean, BBL especially. I mean, you don't want to really get into that crosshairs. Not in this kind of forest kind of area. Not in this lobby either. They do have some of the strongest fraggers in here. Michael's had a good showing in recent times as well. He's been an absolute key player for them, so not really surprising that happened immediately after dropping.
Exactly. Let's see now, Venture. Sitting tight in the compound still here. Should be okay for now, depending on what formulation Ops to do. And also on the other side, yep, I can see Olsing. Good attack coming through. Headshot connected onto Pain's. Gotta find the wall again.
Interesting info I just got from production, actually. We did have an island ending in some of the qualifier games, apparently. Okay. Which is completely absurd. We already apparently had an island ending. But yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at some of the heat maps that will probably be created after the qualifier in terms of how likely it is actually in comparison to the island on Miramar, which I think is probably a higher probability here, just based off it being closer and, you know, closer between the two main islands as well. But still, who knows? Maybe a wish does come true. Maybe it's scripted all along.
Imagine. That would actually be kind of fun. Also, I mean, right now we have obviously the main portion of landmass up towards the north with every team except for Entropic. And then down on the southern side, it's the island's still free. Obviously, not too many people expecting it to go there, so not too surprised in that. But we are cramming the entire server, again, except for Entropic, into an area that might as well be like a phase 3 closing into phase 4 area of the map, because there is so much space not being utilized at all.
Yeah, definitely. In general, though, talking about space not really utilized, Entropic's currently the only south side team rotating in. We saw them take a very big rotation since they started on the eastern side. They're all the way around towards the southern side of the map now. They're currently 4 strong on the other side of the bridge. No one really there to greet them on the other side, so that rotation should come in cleanly as well. And Pod as well, same thing for them. On the teams on the eastern side of the edge, as you do take another look on towards BBL. Good position for them in this circle.
Yeah, everything's going quiet for a little bit. Everyone's waiting for that new circle to pop. Are we somehow going to the island? Is it somehow shifting south? Are we going east? Of course, next circle does not have to go on land. So let's see, how brutal are you going to be with us this time around? Oh, well, still a little bit of water in. I like it, but we are going down to that one area of the map now, Felix, that not too many teams were in.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, I actually have said it, Entropic now has got a lot of breathing room. I'm hoping they're going to split up. I'm hoping they're going to use that room, and especially be on the lookout for that pot rotation coming in. If they are able to utilize that playing area that they have right now, I could see them go very far on this map.
Oh yeah, definitely. Gifted with the circle shift coming their way. They needed that after not being able to qualify yesterday. We'll see if they can make something of it, as there are still, of course, plenty of teams and players alive in this game. Nothing's guaranteed thus far. And with so many of the teams still being up on the north side, curious to see if maybe this late in the game anyone dares to try and take the emergency parachute. It might be too late, because also look at the terrain here. Look at how open it is. Yes, you have your ridge lines. Yes, you have something to work with in that regard. But outside of that, very, very limited what you can do. And some of these compounds, you might think they're safe, but we saw it yesterday, Felix. Those blue zone nades, they can be like compound destroyers, essentially.
Yeah. 100%. I'm never going to forget. I know I said it yesterday as well. I'm never going to forget that play from Gustav, jumping to the buildings and throwing them downwards. That was absolutely amazing. So it's definitely going to be a big problem. But jumping over to the fight, Sancho is going to open it up against Orclis. Both of these teams have found some kind of dip, but Orclis in big trouble as they're being surrounded from both sides now. Solo is trying to get the angle right, but Lucaru chimes in as well, headshot Sancho and puts him down. That's going to maybe potentially ruin the plans of Solo in terms of trying to clear out this dip from Orclis.
Yeah, Lucaru's pushed up pretty aggressively here to try and get some points for his team, and indeed he succeeds in doing so. Solo losing one with Priel now knocked as well, not looking too good for them. They tried to split 2-2, they tried to take full control of Orclis, but in trouble as they now try and regroup.
I love this play coming in from Zolo, as you said, that 2-2 split that they wanted, and you know, to open up the angles and potentially harass Orclis down in that little bit of a dip, since they were very grouped up on each other. These angles would have worked out perfectly, but yeah, unfortunately, that third party coming in from not only Entropy, a bunch of other teams as well, has kind of ruined that play now. So far, only one frag has been confirmed. I know there's 2 knocks in the dip over there, currently still bleeding out. Question is, can Orclis get them back up, and do they have a utility to keep on living after that?
Yeah, we're gonna die in the meantime, pushing over the top. We'll have to take this fight to Navi at one point or another. I don't think there's any chance for both these teams to get into the circle now. They're simply too close to one another. Let's see, example, peeking on over. Upa does find the first one. That's Hiruzen gone down.
And he might just pick out the second one. Gets the headshot, gets the down as well. And there goes another player for win or die. And maybe example can put out some of those more of his magic shots that we've seen so often being put out by him, but doesn't look like it just now. So these 2 frags will surely be confirmed by example, and that means Navi is going to start off this northern side entry with 2 eliminations and a very good position.
I mean, they almost have the amount of points they got in the first 4 games yesterday, so that's a good start. A good start
not
for
untrue.
them. For BBL, not quite so though, as Extens finds a double. So even though Wintertide had to leave and they kind of get out of Dutch from where Navi was, they run straight into BBL and come out victorious regardless. So, impressive performance for Wintertide to rack up extra points there. Circle, gonna go on land as per expected. That's why you saw so many teams trying up for that center position early on, because they knew that the circle was gonna shift in this direction at some point.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You were talking about this earlier. There's not a lot of playing room in terms of actual dips and actual hard cover inside plenty of that, inside the most of that circle, especially the center area. That means Tao, for example, they are currently at least stuck in the dash position. And that means Azarem, for example, rotating in as well, will have to fight them off as well. First one goes down immediately. Rune is going to pick that one up, and that makes it a 3-on-3 fight on that dash. Ooh, that's a massive nade. What a nade from Sheila. That's going to take down Matt. The second one flows through as well, almost gets the second one. Rune goes down to about 35 HP as well, but not another one flying through as of just now.
As you say that, one love. Oh no, that's a smoke coming in. Second one is a nade, and CC with the double confirmed. Wow, that's the issue with riches. Sometimes they work for you, sometimes they work against you.
I think that is... Wow, that's one of the best nades we've seen so far in the rotation.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
What a timing on that nade. Not only the first one, but the third and fourth one as well. None of these nades haven't done any damage. Crazy. And that also means they've got that edge clear for them for now. But as we said, there's not a lot of positions you can rotate into, so we're going to see how much it actually benefits them.
Also, I mean, I love the fact that they throw the first 2, they get a knock, and then they just go, you know what, just throw them the exact same spot that I threw mine in, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
They do so and get the triple. That is huge for Sabu.
I would have been scared after that first 2 were, exploding so perfectly behind that ridgeline, but yeah, Howl apparently just not scared of any of that. Formulation instead has found themselves a nice little dip. We were talking about these big open spaces and open fields yesterday and how much they, are not exactly comparable to Miramar. And you can see it right here. Lots of space that are being taken, not only by them, but also by Navi.
Yeah, some of these open ridges, it's... a lot of this open terrain is very Miramar-esque in terms of how these ridges kind of split open the fields.
Yeah.
But with a little more of a Erangel-esque
it's a good mix.
View to it. So, yeah, a good mix of both maps, I guess. And as you can see here, Ridge is being worked with really well. Smoke's now having to be deployed by Afterhold. And also a little quick peek and view of Navi utilizing the deployable shield stats full cover. You can see multiple, actually, shields being set up. Are they putting these specifically to try and protect vehicle tires? I think they did.
Yeah.
That is so smart. You park your car
so.
right behind it. That is a safe tire.
I'm not sure on the capacity that it actually uses up, but I don't think it's too much, is it?
You put them in the car.
Oh, yeah, of course. They probably did put them in a car. Yes. I didn't even think of that at that point. Yes, of course. That actually makes a lot of sense now. Anyways, Navi is going to have to rotate out of there sooner or later. And we see, yeah, we see the new. Yeah, true. We see the new playing area though, and it's gonna be tough for them. Eastern side, east of the road at least. I don't think there's a position north of Pod that's still in Cellar Circle. It's gonna be interesting. Maybe they're just gonna go for the kills here.
Let's see, Venture. They've been able to sit tight for a while. They knew they probably had to take this fight to formulation eventually, but the issue is, had they taken it earlier, would have just been those two teams fighting. Now there's 4 more teams in the area.
This is going to be one hell of a zone here. Venture, they've been quiet for the most part. Heaven! Oh my goodness, if that isn't a 2-tap, then I don't know. Himman goes down. That's an entry on towards FMG. We were talking about maybe Na'Vi picking up some frags here, but I think it's the same kind of deal for Venture. None of these really have a perfect entry, and there's so many players all around it that they need these kind of entries in order to get going. But they're going to get breached from that back, and that's Voris to open things up.
Yep. Trying to make the play, the aggressive play, but with limited to no HP available, he has to stop at least for a moment. Wants to get the rest up onto his teammate as well, but they are pushing aggressively forward here. Na'Vi now forced to make the rotation up forward too as they come straight into formulation. Alia through the smoke, runs him and over. Finds one, finds the second, now Nordsky able to respond.
Elia goes down as well. It was a reload speed. Suddenly, it all falls apart. That's certainly the only example left alive, even though that one knock against formulation was achieved. But as you can see, all 3 of them still standing, and I believe the 4th one actually as well. Example is gonna bring things back. Headshot's intense, but how much more can he do? I don't think he's got any nades left. No, he doesn't.
He's got 2 bandages as well, throwing all the flashes that he can. His aggressive here is trying to make a run back to safety. Finds the second with the red dot too. Formulation, you better think twice before peeking into this map, and now they're peeking 2 together, and that is going to be but actually able to find him and initially too. Even if he might not get the kill, the fact that he almost 1v4'd formulation there is absolutely insane.
Absolutely crazy. Now, I was talking about them actually going for the kill. It's not going to work out for them. Heaven instead, though, they're going to win their fight, just as FMG does. But maybe that nade is going to put an end to things. He's definitely not going to be able to revive his teammate, at least. Tizzer is going to bleed out, surely. How much more placements can they get, though? Heaven has to pop that first aid. Oh, the timing doesn't work out, and Molotog's going to shut it down. 1 more point to Yepa, and 1 more point to Exelt. And that also leaves only 1 team left alive on the northern zone coming out of the buildings.
I saw Simpson nade himself. I think it was intentional. Rather give the 2 points extra to Na'Vi, a team you might expect to qualify through, than potentially give 4 points away to teams that are just waiting for you on the other side who might be more close confrontation. Yep, we're seeing the blue zone nades come in. Now look at the amount of terrain it prevents you from utilizing. Fate though peeks on over, finds the first one, finds the second with the nade as well as they continue the barrage on through. Now blue zone nades coming in as well. There's no space for Afterhold at all.
Oh my goodness, that is... Wow, what a shutdown coming in from Exalt. Fairist, Fate, Monodoct doing prime work defending that edge, and they've been rewarded with the circle as well.
Yep, sure enough. Don't want to have it any other way. Pod in the meantime, same story for them. Get to sit tight, take this one out. Nice shots connected from Pin, but he didn't quite find the knock there.
Sees the second player as well, but these are mostly shots just to damage some of the utility, some of the ammo they have. Not really too much went in, but look at that Exalt. They even want to push out here. They want to clear this edge. Fairist to open things up. Maybe he's going to see another one, but there's a ridge down there that they have to stop at, and the nades are being thrown back at them as well. It's not overcommit right now, but I think they do realize that they need to wipe this team in order to have playing ground.
You wanted to use that rock? Well, nope, not gonna happen. It's completely isolated. Fair is forced to back off. No, he didn't see. He didn't see that the car was about to blow up and run straight into the explosion. That is, oh.
Yeah, that was a reaction
That's the sound
from you.
I'm gonna make. Yep.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I see what you mean. Fairist anyway, he's gonna get revived, I think. Next nade surely can reach that far back. In the meantime, it's going to be Entropic, though, clearing out that edge. They arrived, and they are going to shut things down, and they know Exalt is over there as well. That's the Entropic one. I see 4 kills in the bag already. What more can they do?
Yeah, well, they need to find all of them if they want to clear this side. If not, then there's a blue circle closing in that they do not want to have to deal with. And also, regardless of how they run into this one, they will be shut at by the teams from the inside. So if they can clear out Exalt before having to make the run on back, they would be much, much better off. Ivers is up close on the rock, and I think Exalt used most, if not all, of their utility against Afterhold earlier. Fairist, though, is left behind here, not in a position to regroup with his team.
Yeah, maybe he can do some kind of lurking. He should see that Nailop has just been knocked, and he's going to hear that vehicle on the right-hand side. That's such a brute look. If he peeks around the corner now, he's going to get one. He's going to get the second one as well. What a play coming in from Varus, and he's going to single-handedly not only wipe that team, but keep his team alive since his teammates have just died. What a massive play.
Really, really impressive points being gathered there by Varus. The fact that he doesn't only get the kills, now gets to drive over as well. He's going to go straight through the Orkless split of, well, just one player really, and now he dies. But again, I mean, placement points alongside kills acquired, so huge kind of bonus on the points there for Exalt.
Very good showing from them. That's the first game that they can very happily not win to some degree. You know, it's still 14 points. Totally fine, and from the position they had, that's probably probably the most they could have done here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this is also, I mean, a much more satisfying Taego game, I think. Even though we are in the open, even though it's difficult to play around, teams are making it happen. Teams are making not just the most of it, but making great success of it. We'll see now. Honor is prone inside the smoke up against the wall. He's a solo player left alive for his team. How much damage can you do? Can you find one? Maybe the double here does instantly get Bumble down. So that's one.
Oh, he unfortunately didn't expect that double peek from the Rock as the smoke was fading. He might not even get that flush. But that also means Pod is going to engage now. I think Sola's already waiting for this. They're not even going to go for the revive. They know that Pod is now driving over and potentially trying to engage upon this knock. But the nades so far not going to hit. Limante trying to make something work.
So Nate's now being lopped on forward. Not sure exactly how many he has available, but only a few would be needed to pretty much isolate that entire ridge line.
Yeah, that blue zone grenade unfortunately doesn't touch the Rock. You should have maybe thrown that a little bit more carefully. Doesn't matter, as that second grenade is going to hit, and that makes it a 2-on-4.
Yeah, so much utility available again. I mean, there's nothing they can do. They've been up against a team who's been fighting up close the entire game, and now here they come full speed forward. They do lose Levante. Will get flushed as well, but here comes Akatori, Rux, and the last remaining player on the team, Pin, as well, peeking on forward. Again, plenty of utility. Full level 3 vests as well. They've been sitting in the compound practically the entire game, able to sit tight and circles come their way. They should come out victorious.
Rox has to be careful. There's another player on his right. He has to get that knock. If he doesn't, he's going to get trained from the right, but he gets the first one and the second one as well. And there you have it. Pod Zamolid is going to get the first chicken dinner of Phase 2. And in a very great fashion, I want to say, but I also want to say a couple of other teams that we should potentially have the focus on here, because the zones, they did work in their favor.
Sure did. I mean, they get to sit in the compound for a while. You'll take those games at the other week, but I like their proactiveness. I like the fact that they pushed out when they did. I was a little surprised that we didn't see Soset, I believe it was, go for the rest earlier to try and get that, because once they lose control of the hillside, once they lose control of the ridge, it's game over. There's nothing they can do up against the format team, but if they could take them out while they were transitioning to that ridge line, maybe they would have had a chance.
Yeah, and it was interesting because I kind of thought they were going to actually peak that ridge line when there were other players coming in, because they didn't go for the rest, but instead of walking up that ridge line, they were, cramped behind the Rock, cramped behind the car. So I totally agree with you. If they would have peaked that immediately, maybe they would have gotten an entry, and from there on out, it would have been a 3-on-2.
Exactly. Interesting game, though. We go up to the Northern Island. Not something I was expecting us to get a case of, at least for a few more Taego games. But there we go. A little bit of variety for the first 2 Taego games. I just want to keep that coming, Can we just play full Taego today? I just want to see it. I just want to see it in play. I'm just super excited. Either. It's been the same for so long, and now we get this this change. But good thing for us is that the change carries over to the other maps too, with the exception, of course, of the Blue Zone Nade. It is exclusive to Taego, at least as for right now. But your emergency pickups, your deployable shields and all that, very, very interesting to see how they're being used currently as well over on Miramar and Erangel. But I'm going to go to a short break. We're going to go to a short break, I should say. Taego is over. We're heading over to Erangel next, and then over to Miramar to finish off the day. But there's still plenty more games to play, so stick around. We'll see you again in just a few. Game 1 is in the books. Taego is in the books for us for today, and once again, did not disappoint. A different Taego than what we saw yesterday, Felix, but I enjoyed the second showing of it too.
Yes, it was quite a different circuit. We were hoping for a different kind of circuit, different kind of ending, and even though, you know, the winner of that game didn't have too much screen time, I still gotta point out Pod. They had a great performance yesterday, and I kind of see this as a reward to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair. I mean, some of the teams that need good games today need to start off decently today in terms of both Pod, Entropic, Navi as well, all getting points on the board to kick things off. I think we're going to see a very different performance from those three teams in particular today compared to what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, talking about Navi, for example, still picking up 6 points, as we can see here, but they have quite the tough circle here, and you can see no placement points, still 6 kills. They had to fight themselves in from the northern side. They were in blue from phase 3 to phase 4, sometimes even, so that's how far edge they had to play. It's just because there were so many southern shifts afterwards. So yeah, all of these teams, or plenty of these teams actually in the top half that we see here right now, didn't have an easy game, but still managed to make it work. Entropic, same kind of thing for them, even though they did have a good entry southern side, they still had to fight a lot, so I'm excited to see them maybe build upon these 7 points in the upcoming games as well.
Also absolutely huge for Exalt to start off this day with a 14-point game. To put it into perspective, yesterday in 6 matches, they had 15 points in total. No placement points, but 15 kills. Now, 14 points in the very first match. Great turnaround for a team that, again, as I said just before, really needed a good start to the day.
Yeah, same kind of thing for Team Venture. They really had to work a lot yesterday for these 4 points to even, you know, show up on the scoreboard. Them starting off right now with a little bit of a confidence, was I want to say, even though it wasn't, you know, that much points, but they did have the fights, and they managed to win most of them. And even though, as I said, they had to push out of the circle, kind of the same thing for FMG Navi on that edge. It was a tough one, not really much to be expected. They still managed to grab up some points, and that's what they needed to do. Stop those 0-point rounds and get into these fights.
Exactly, because that's really the bread and butter of what is a best of 6 tournament that then leads into a best of 6 stage of a tournament, I should say, that leads into another best of 6 tomorrow. It is so crucial that you do not have 0-point games, because if you want to make it to the top, you just can't afford it. It's simply like there's too few games, there's too little time to allow a 0-point game to slip through. So for Navi, turning as you said, what could be just dying on the edge into a 6-point game, and for Venture, even though it's only 4 points, that could be the 4 points that get them into top 6.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we are already going into the second match of today, and it is going to be Erangel. Yesterday, we saw Miramar 2 times being played before we saw Erangel, and this time around, it is going to be Erangel. Excuse me, no, I'm talking about the quantity of the maps, of course. Today, we will have 3 times Erangel, if I'm not mistaken, and then 2 times Miramar. Excuse me on that order.
The other way around. So, double Erangel today and triple Miramar.
Oh, yes, of course, because we saw it the other way around yesterday. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna get confused. Don't let yourself get confused by me, okay? Just listen to me at this point.
We'll get there eventually. You win some, you lose some, I suppose. This playing path as across the middle as you can really expect it to be, I suppose. I mean, yes, had the bottom end of it been a little further north, then it would have been even more horizontal. But this is really as horizontal as they come.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the fairest, the most beneficial playing path for everyone. I mean, as far as playing paths go, on Erangel at least, it's a good one. I'd love that as a player. If I see that playing path, I'm very confident. I know where everyone's dropping, what the timings are going to be. And we were talking about timings in contests, especially Pot over there. They might have a bit of a problem depending on how good Roan is gonna shoot, but I think the distance is too far. Other than that, I don't see any problem in the early game for any of the other teams. Oh, it's actually Pachinki.
Say that exactly. I was gonna say Formulation and Sabem both in Pachinki. That's an MK. I think, unluckily for Pin, he's a bit too far away to get a flush on it. But I like the fact that he goes, you know what? Get the hell out of here. And also, military is where we go once again. So I'm going to ask you a question here that we both got completely wrong yesterday.
Oh, Alex, I know what it is.
How many teams are going to emergency parents shoot
I'm not going to say 3 again.
To Millie today?
Yeah, I'm not going to say 3 again. I'm going to go for a high number here. It's not that much water as opposed to yesterday. I mean, yesterday I think even phase 1 was having the eastern bridge almost not even in there, so that means at least in this circle it's a little bit better in terms of rotating over. But yeah, I'm gonna go with 7 again.
Yeah, I was gonna say 6. I think that's good number. Also, for those of you guys who know, the first circle that Pups has to touch the plane path, this was as far south. Like we're talking pretty much on the border of the plane path. This was pretty much as hard shifty of a hard shift this first circle could be in terms of north to south skewed as it could get. And we got it here. Absurd circle. It's very rare that we get a military circle in a game where there's literally not a single military looting team.
Yeah, 100%. Talking about the contest we saw in the early stages really quick, because I think both of these teams do not intend to split this. They do want to fight this out, at least as far as I'm concerned, in terms of positioning. That SRM and FMG is taking right now. FMG is kind of trying to potentially isolate these two players inside that B area, but no one is really making a move so far. Intense might just get the opportunity in just a couple of seconds.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, he's not known.
No, I don't think so either. As you can see on screen as well, ProPats.gg. ProPats, the official sponsor of the tournament. You can hop on over there and customize your own mouse patch, your own gaming apparel as well. And also, there's a tournament going on, but we'll get more into detail with that later here today in the broadcast. So make sure to stick around for all the spicy information. But if you want to, get yourself a mouse pad or two, hop over to ProPats.gg, use the coupon or the code, and will be just fine. The code being the rotation.
Yeah, customize. Get some funny faces on there. Maybe of yourself, maybe of your team. Some logos, and with a rotation coupon, you get yourself 10% off as well. First rotation coming in. That's a very early rotation as well. From after alt. Well, let's hop back towards Pochinki, because we still haven't seen any kind of entry, any kind of move, and with that circle, I think both the teams are already kind of okay with just skipping any kind of early rotation that we usually see, especially possible going out of Pochinki.
And especially now with the emergency pickups as well. I think that just even more so allows a team to commit to a fight for longer. Because you don't have to worry too much about bridge camping, you don't have to worry, I mean, at all, really. You don't have to worry about all those aspects, especially when we're talking military circles. I think in this case, that's just like emergency pickups have just prolonged hot drop fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with that strat that we've seen yesterday, and you know, going for that phase 2 circle pop, in terms of timing, you've really got way more time if you actually go for that strat, especially in military circles, as we were debating yesterday, in terms of not, you know, having to have cars, especially on that few playing area with so much wood in there. Yeah, it becomes very viable.
Sure does. We'll see if anyone opts to go, but I'm actually now, I think I'm seeing Putt already up to go. It's, for those of you guys who don't know, I'll say it again until it gets sorted. The way that it works right now on the map feed, or in any map feed in PUBG, is that whenever they all attach to the line that is for the emergency pickup parachute, it just looks like they're all in the same vehicle while they're flying, like in the same spot on the map. It's only when they jump out of the parachute they actually come back on the map again. In the meantime, here is the map, trying to get away from an entire team.
Yeah, technically, it's not even wrong. They are technically in the same vehicle, aren't they?
Yeah.
With the plane.
I mean, they're just not moving. I think that's the confusing part.
Oh yeah. That's what you're trying to get to. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see how Howler's gonna get out of this. I think Winner Dice maybe just a bit too late in order to catch them. Yeah, they are gonna be. Even though it's only a buggy rotating off in the distance. If I saw that correctly, no problem at all. Crossing that bridge. And if we take a look at the bridge, Zolo just crossed that actually. I mean, just, I want to say 60, 90 seconds before them.
Yeah.
But they haven't stopped on it because they do know Navi's got that big split. So, sure, that's going to be a little bit of a risk with that compound being inhabited. But if they just cross left, right, whatever way they want to go to, or, you know, best case scenario, he would be left, they should make it across as a 4-man if they do rotate well together.
You say that, but it ain't going to be easy. It ain't going to be easy at all. With the position that we currently have 2 teams in. Putt have finally jumped out of their parachutes, flying across the military island now. And we saw shots being fired into the air earlier. That's probably teams trying to shoot at them as they come flying on through.
There we have them again. So they actually did stop there. Okay, so they opted for the very safe approach here, I guess. They did get one vehicle down there too. So how will survive for now? Interestingly enough, that position they are in right now is pretty much deep center.
Oh yeah, it's, I mean, at least for now. We can't.
Yeah, at least for now.
Can't predict the future, and neither can Howl. But I think they're very satisfied with where they're currently set. The issue is once they do have to move, with Solo being on one side, Navi on the other, and Win or Die still set north. In case we get that absurd shift up towards the north, they're very limited in where they can go from here.
First knock in the meanwhile. In that Pochinki fight, it's Himen being taken out. Baron is debating whether or not he could cross, but I think Intense has got that cross covered. It's not a flash for now, but that also means Salvim could just play time here, wait for him to bleed out, wait for FMG to potentially have to make a move.
Yeah, it's gonna be quiet for a little while longer. I'm surprised Salvim committing more to it, but I think they're aware of it. Say that now, Simsi falls. This is what they were doing. They were waiting for someone to commit to the res. They're going to punish him for doing so, but Shilla's feet are seen by Intense, and he will get at least the initial knock. We'll see if he gets anything more with it. Pushing forward now with a shotgun, but shotgun met in return by CC.
You hate to see it. You kind of hate to see it, but you also love to see these kind of duels. You hate to see it because they're shotguns. You love to see it because it's just a quick and a very aggressive kind of playstyle. You know, it's very, very good to look at. But either way, I mean, that fight is going to continue. First, res on the Salvim side is being done here as well. Baron still trying to keep an eye on these players. That information maybe is even more valuable than that knock at that point because he next to keep an eye on them.
Sure.
Next knock.
Oh,
it's flash. Yeah.
Headshot connected, but a lot of damage come through on Baron as well, forcing him to slow down for a bit. So, formulation down to 2. Salvim taking 1 casualty, and I think this alone means that for both these teams, that deems this hot drop not really worth it.
Yeah, no. And the zone is going to be hitting them any moment as well. I mean, as we said, not a problem. There's a lot of playing room up on the northern side in phase 1. And unless it's going to hard shift south, even then they've still got a lot of breathing room in phase 2. So time is not that much of a problem. But as you said, Global Armor has been taken out. We all know Global Armor. He's been a very key player in that lineup as well. Also in the qualifiers, he's been pretty phenomenal. So losing that big of a fragger right now it's going to pose problems.
Balcony, Simsi seen, Simsi taken down from Shield up with a shotgun as well. And now, just Nords push on up. The double peek around the side. Forcing Simsi into an awkward position and taking him down because of it. Now it's just Nordskiff left, and with 3 still up on Salvim, they would really have to mess things up to die here.
Yeah, Formulation had a tough game in the first game and Taego that we just saw. And they're going to have another tough game. Even if Nordskiff is going to somehow make this work, puts another couple of points in on the leaderboard for them. That's another kind of start you want to have in a best of 6. It's kind of worst case scenario.
It sure is. Salvim already in the blue. Shield doesn't have a single first aid either. So even if they do come out victorious here, it's not exactly a best case situation. But I mean, they do get 3 points. So even if it's a throwaway game, it's still a 3-point game, which is better than 0, I guess. Math. Holy shoreline. That is a hard shift. As much as they come, again, from the most southern possible circle to the most water-included circle.
Yeah. I'm not going to comment on that circle because as a player, I'd be freaking out right now. But anyways, especially since we've seen that. First of all, it's a best of 6, so these kind of circles have even more impact than usual. Yeah. And second of all, you get reset, like, every single day, and then you have very few Erangel games yesterday anyway, so having that today again is it's just frustrating, man.
Felix, now I was just gonna say, now that I do have you here, because it's not every day that I get to cast with a former pro player. For those of you guys who don't know, Felix, former pro player, very enjoyable to watch, very enjoyable to cast. What does go through the mind of a team, of a player, when you see a circle like this, Pop?
I think it really depends on which kind of phase it is, but I mean it's all about timing and crossing. Usually that's what makes these kind of qualifiers so hard, because usually if you have like a PGS lobby, for example, that changes everything. Usually you know the timings, you know how every team kind of opts, so you know which kind of teams could potentially hold you up from crossing bridge. You know, you have all these kinds of alternatives, but that in this specific tournament that we have right now, with emergency exits being applied, with a lot of playoff teams that you don't necessarily know. I doubt, for example, Navi knows every single team in this lobby and how they rotate and how they opt to play the circle, or even where they drop at. So that kind of just leaves it up to information play. How much information can you gather from the positions? And that also means that you sometimes have to maybe potentially dodge loot in terms of or you dodge loot to prioritize your timing, because the earlier you go, the more information you're probably going to have, and the less danger you have in these rotations.
Exactly. Center positions are going to be that much harder to kind of lock down, with so many teams being able to bomb center and avoid all the edge teams. I guess that's another topic that we haven't really dived into yet, simply because we haven't had the chance to yet. But the fact that the whole strat of edge fighting is going to be, I would assume at least, much less impactful. We do see Nordskiff fall. Finally, the Pochinki hot drop comes to an end. We'll see if that continues next game. But because you can now just fly from not just edge, but like miles away into center circle positions, edge fighting is gonna be a whole different story. You can even see Salty's looking into the air. Where are they? Are there anyone flying in? They have to look like there's a whole new angle that you have to cover now in competitive PUBG.
I wonder what the earliest is that you can drop from the plane and land somewhere, because I think the highest point isn't Mount Everest. I think the high point is actually in the military base, right? On the position that SN usually plays that we just saw. Kind of missed the team that we just saw. But up on the hill, down on yeah, Observatory, of course. Who's that team?
Howl.
But Howl's playing down low. No, that's PFG, yeah. So what if that's the earliest, like the shortest path that you have from dropping from the plane and jumping down low? But yeah, I'm guessing the time would still be the same in terms of opening the parachute and actually landing down.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be you're gonna be visible, and the higher the point you're going for, I mean, the closer I guess you are to some of those surrounding players too. It's not exactly without risk, as we saw with Bitfix in the previous game. They came in a bit too late. I think that's another thing that teams over time will have to try and master the art, I suppose, of really knowing exactly when to pop those. Oh my lord! From side to side, hard shift into hard shift into.
What is that?
Massive hard shift connecting with the edge again. We have half land in phase 3. What the hell is this circle shift?
That's gonna be interesting to see who is gonna do now. I mean, Entropic is probably gonna group inside the city now. You can already see Maxi and Cole rotating back. But yeah, for everyone on the southern side, it's going to be tough. Navi's got that entry into the city pretty much covered. Like, the whole street is just swarming of Navi players. I think Zolo's in a massive spot as well. Wind can probably use that compound and gather information on that as well. But everyone else, I mean, even up the hill, it's going to be a massive problem. There's plenty of teams not even inside the safe zone yet. I mean, BBL and SRM are just rotating in, and there isn't a lot of playing ground for SRM especially. If BBL rotates in front of them, I think we're going to see a lot of massacre on these edges.
Imagine so little space to maneuver for so many of these teams. See how many are going to be forced to play inside or around Novo now. There isn't a whole lot else up for grabs. Ruin. Wow. Nice red dot spray coming through there. Full control all the way through. Issue is, as long as they don't get the knocks, they can't really get out of this position.
I wonder what his vertical sensitivity is, because I recently saw a lot of debate about players like thinking about is the 0.7 good for especially for red dot sprays. I mean, 0.7 vertical sense is incredible for these sprays, but then again for DMR you don't have that kind of possibility, you know, to separate between IR and DMR. So it's kind of like a mix. Do I use 0.7? Do I use lower than 1 in general? And that kind of spray looked like a 0.7 spray, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. Maybe to someday see a survey on what the pro players use the most, but yeah, maybe it's something for you to think about. There's a lot of ways to you know, have an advantage in sprays.
We need more stats on the screen at all times. We just need to fill up the screen with numbers. All the stats, all the utility used. And Priel, well, we don't need stats for him. All we need to see is that he can shoot, and indeed he can. Yeah, but taking 2 casualties as he finds the double. No flushes yet, though. So even though the knocks do come through, not a whole lot will come with it. In the meantime, Howl are burning. They're trying to get away from this, but that molly alone just allowed for Bitfix to send 2 players down the hill.
Yeah, more nades coming down. Wow, even though that nade did no damage, it definitely roots out another spot. Salty's going to be coming close now. And how? They're so pressured inside that Wizard Tower. There's shots coming from each and every single angle. And Salty and Tekker's being the only ones down there. Still got a massive risk of that.
Yeah, so dangerous. So difficult to make this push as well. But Bitfix is really working this angle well. See, last up, Matt trying to stay put, but the smoke's not really allowing them to... Yeah, Salty jumping over.
Okay.
Smoke starts to dissipate. Finds the first one. Gets the flush on one. Now has to reload. But look at this. Here's the cavalry arriving at the second.
Oh, and he gets the hatch on the first one. And he gets the down as well. Lazar, that could be a huge play potential.
What?
He's gonna get the second one as well. What a massive play. And even though he goes down, Matt is still alive to potentially make something happen. And that also means that double push downhill from BFG did not work out in their favor.
There's no way he's supposed to be able to get the double here. Now peeks on out, finds the final as well. Wow. One will fall, I believe, but oh my lord, Lassa, what a hero play to keep the team alive for as long as they did. Schofield will fall, they could only rest one, but wow, how did Howl just come up victorious there?
Yes, and Mad kind of had to choose that. Who am I going to revive? Because both are bleeding out and are so low.
I would revive Lazar.
Yeah,
after something like that, you revive Lazar.
Yeah. He's being rewarded with a couple of more minutes playtime. But I mean, we'll see. Maybe there's some more challenges coming at them in just a couple of moments because Pod has to rotate down as well.
Yep. We'll see now if they opt to go in the same direction. And Sabim actually kind of backfilling where Pod just came from. So Pod were the ones sitting down here just a moment ago. You can see Pin having just been flushed. And now Levante realizing, wait a minute. We were the ones backfilling. Now they're backfilling us. The perfect angle shooting over the top. Doesn't find the knock though.
Yeah, maybe a good nade. Maybe?
Yeah. Maybe he should have, like, in a perfect world, he would have underhanded a nade and kind of thrown it down while it's in the air. He started shooting just so he's guaranteed the extra damage, but here not quite the case.
And they're still eventually going to make a move on this shoulder because sooner or later, they're not going to... What I'm saying is they're not going to come down this hill unless they are going to be able to fight them.
Oh, yeah.
Because they can't find Howl before this fight is cleared. Because then they'll just get backstep. But yeah, we'll see.
Mandatory to make the best use of the long angle
clip with the bolt again.
Shots as they can. Yeah, it's not fun being up against some of these bold action players. They will tear your head off if you stand still for just a split second.
Yeah, I mean, Clip's been kind of infamous for that one. But it's still interesting to see him play either time and time again in these high pressure scenarios. Just as you know, this is as well. I mean, it's as we said, it's best for 6 points get reset every day. It's do or die.
It sure is. Levante trying to get a full inkling of what's happening down below. See if they opt to jump down in a moment's time, or if they opt to take the vehicles, else they have to leave the area. The thing is, I mean, while there's no guarantees of where these circles go, we have seen more of them head back up towards the observatory mountain than down into Novo. Even though Novo currently is like at least a fourth of the circle, I wouldn't be surprised if this one kind of swung back towards the west-northwest direction.
Yeah, definitely. Just below the hillside as well, on the western hand side especially, we had a lot of endings. PGS most formally.
Okay, never mind.
This one's gonna go into Novo. Once again, I'm surprised Na'Vi kind of let that southern edge in Novo open, but I guess that is because they kind of banked on this shift. And you know, the northern side exit of the city gives you more playing room because you have the original on the other side of the city, where Solo is playing right now closer towards you, and that's playable area. Whereas you know, straight across the street isn't. But yeah, still interesting to see that Na'Vi is not really going for the too aggressive approach. Maybe they did learn something from yesterday.
Yeah. How falls Lassa goes down as the last one on the team, but oh my lord, I mean, Alba should have been dead quite a while ago. In all fairness, that was a very heroic effort from Lassa to keep the team alive and granting them some more points.
Yeah, with Howl being eliminated down there and the information being given to Pod, that's also something very important because that means Pod can rotate down pretty safely. And we saw the next shift is just across the street. That shift give them the opportunity to go down with the cars, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Well, they know they're right below them, but they don't care. They're just full speed sitting it.
They're going to stop at the tower first. Interesting,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, they might as well. They just took out Howl in this exact position, so there's no reason for them not to.
Oh, Winner Die.
The issue is Winner Die is sneaking up right below them. I think Rox is in for a surprise, and indeed he is Leish, able to find the first, and this is going to allow for Sound to push further forward.
That's kind of going to destroy their round because that also means with them stopping here instead of going all the way, maybe searching themselves like a similar kind of position to Orclus down there, that means they're going to be stuck in a sandwich because they still know that SFM is coming up behind them.
Exactly. It's not going to be easy for them, especially not now with Winner Die kind of fortifying this ridgeline down by the roadside. But how much do they dare commit to this angle? Sabim, if they wrap all the way around this, they might be able to backstab Winner Die more than Pod.
You think just get that info on Winner Die playing there?
I think they knew they were there once they shot Rock.
Yeah, they must have, right? Yeah.
You'd have to imagine Shield just jumped all the way down.
Ooh,
this is so good. Really good angle, and he has 2 nades as well. Curious to see how that one's going to unfold. In the meantime, BBL not really seeing any other options than having to go into the city, and that's to go back to what you were saying before. I think the reason Na'Vi doesn't try and maintain full control on that southern side is that it's simply too big. I mean, Novo, especially when you have the containers as well, there are too many areas that people can kind of sneak their way in, and if you're sat solo, there just ain't the whole you can do about it. Now, though, the fight pops on the top, but look for Sabim to try and third-party this.
They need to, and they need to get a move on, essentially, because that fight is almost finished. Now the first shot's coming in. Sheila, it takes way too long, but he still gets one. Teammate gets the second one. That's a good opening. Still 2 trades being put out, and somehow it's a 2-on-2 trade.
Sheila found the double, but shot before his teammates were able to assist, but the nade comes through. And just like that, 2 teams eliminated. Issue for them is it did not account for Yeppa. I mean, in all fairness, Salvum did the only thing they could. I would have wanted for Sheila to wait to shoot just a little bit longer, so they were all ready to shoot there. But they did what they could, trying to come out victorious. That did not work, though, as nice proactive play from Yeppa and sending 2 up the hill.
Yeah, and are you kidding me at this point? It's Erangel and Nautilus again up on that ridgeline, being very close to each other in the late game. But maybe Yeppa can put something up beforehand. But yeah, either way, I mean,
at least it's late game, you know.
Yeah, true. At least it's late game. Yeah.
Then I don't fault them for it. It's more if they die in like the very early game, every game. Then it's a little different. Well, this time around we'll see who comes up victorious. I like how Navi is pushing down towards some trouble.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Lucarook's left alive on the team. They have been fighting him earlier, so I believe Uber taking down Nailab a while back. But Melman now first one to fall. Navi not ready for Lucarook's position to be covered.
That's so unfortunate that Lucarux is able to get that flush. That again means Navi's not going to be full up in the late game. And even though they've got the position, I'm still thinking they're going to have a great late game just because that position inside Nova is pretty... I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's kind of that playing style. That's kind of where they excel at, in holding these kind of positions down. But still, I mean, Melbourne being taken out that early, it kind of gives me flashbacks from yesterday.
Yeah, it's somewhat unnecessary, I would say, when you're 4 up and you're clearing buildings and you're going 1 by 1. It shouldn't be necessary, especially for a team like Navi, who was so good at fighting. In the meantime, up on the hillside, Exalt do get the better of Yeppa. They pushed over. I like the play from Yeppa. They just were not able or ready to respond to the shots coming from down below. So Solo, I mean, as nice as Yeppa's 5th party, essentially, push up the hillside was, Solo's 6th party was even better.
BBL in the meanwhile, we saw them rotating in very late into Nova with the cars. I think it was only 2 cars, including the first one. They still find the frag ammo inside the city. That's a second frag. Oh, sorry, that's actually the first frag, but that's the first frag confirmed inside of it. And BBL, also a team that just barely didn't make the cut yesterday. They need to put something of a show up today because I just don't see them. I don't see them going into phase 3. Not that kind of lineup.
Yeah, you would not expect that to be the case. Sure. Now, Oakless, they've been trying to defend themselves in this position for a while, but Nate's coming in from above, and now shots being fired from up close. Somehow, Quetba does manage to find the first, and more damage is coming in from up above, so a bit of help from the sky as Exalt tries to suppress.
Yeah, Solo's only lost that 1 player so far, but they are in a playable position. I'm not too worried about them for now. They've got the vehicles, they've got the smokes, they've got the utility, and we all know that Solo, they can shoot if they want to.
They sure can. I think it just exactly did. Priel is able to find one from Exalt, but that's over the hill. So that's actually the team that is kind of helping them out right now in trying to contain further down the ridge. And you can see they're already being shot at pretty massively from the other side. Weston does fall. So even though Quetman did as much as he could to keep his team up, it's not going to happen.
Interesting circle. But that makes it so hard for Exalt and Soul. I'm not sure if they can get down there.
Try and wrap south if you have a car still. I mean, I don't even think they do. So and look at what they're wrapping into. There's a bit of a bowl, but they would still probably be in vision to after all on the top floor of the farm. So maybe if you can take your grenade launcher and lob a round onto the top floor of the barn to isolate, like to smoke that off, and then play the southern side. But even then, it's. But you're within nade range, and after all, that's nade's probably still, so you're probably gonna die anyway.
Yeah, but that's a good observation. I don't think there's too many windows that can't be covered with 1 or 2 smokes on the western side of the barn.
No, that's just the downstairs.
Yeah, so actually, it's not too bad. If we do see a smoke grenade launcher, we have an interesting talking point as well. We haven't really seen grenade launchers, weirdly enough, in play too much. We've seen James yesterday, but obviously they qualified with a couple of plays, if I'm not mistaken. No, there we have it. Favors has got it in hand. Maybe we're going to see a miraculous play.
They have to at least go for what you can see here. I mean, after all, perfect positions to try and fend off, but where does Exalt approach on this? Speed forward, do you not eat it?
Yeah.
Spraying on through with the Gross on hand, able to find the first. Navi sat down below doing the exact same thing at Solo. I mean, there's just no all visible to examples. MK now as well. More shots fired, more damage done. And this is just the shooting part if everyone sat down in Nobo.
Yeah, Na'Vi in the meanwhile has lost another player. But they're still in a good position, and it's top 6, and they are across the street, so I'm not too worried about them. Once again, they have had a fairly okay first game. But still, then again, we've said that Na'Vi in these kind of positions, if they would be 4-men up here, I'd, like, in terms of percentage of who's going to win, yeah, I'd put money on them.
True, but Mel, Elliot down. If you are to have just 2 players alive on your team, having Uber and... What? What?
There is no way that just happened.
Wait, what? Just happened?
Did he get the kill points for that?
He got no kills off of it because he got shot out of the car.
Oh no! No!
What?
They
got yeeted off the hill.
Oh my goodness!
We need a replay, production. We need a replay in slow motion of that after this game is over. That was insane. He pretty much full-on striked them using the car as a bowling ball. Only Priel was left alive. So a easy spare, I suppose, if they had a second car. But wow.
Holy smokes.
That is...
That's the craziest play we've seen in the rotation. We saw some of the best plays today, some of the best nades, and some of the craziest players as well. Definitely that one.
That was...
Only one player left alive now. That's unfortunate because they had so much trouble even getting to that position. Then just one random car comes, and it's over.
That was absolutely amazing, but, well, I guess they don't get any points, and Solo lose 3 players off of it, so, unlucky on both sides, I suppose. We'll see if Solo, the last one, Priel here, can somehow get off this hill. I don't think he will, and nope, no.
Yeah, Denim didn't get that frag, but he's still got the majority of the frags for his team so far. Definitely want to focus on this lineup, but I mean... hasn't changed in recent times.
No.
He's always been the one to watch, I feel like.
Yeah, it's been the same for a while on the roster now, and Tropic will fall in the end. Look, Rook's good job claiming some more points for the team. Not only did he get kills off of Na'Vi players, but also able to get a top 4 guaranteed for a team that took casualties early on.
Yeah.
Good job on Entropic, racking up extra points here. 12 on the day so far, just 2 games in. And now after all, I mean, again, Circle going in their favor. The game is going to end just northeast of the compound, but I don't see After All not winning this. I mean, BBL and Na'Vi would have to get the first knock on Enon on the roof, and then kind of orchestrate a 4v4, I suppose.
Yeah, they would have to team.
With BBL and Na'Vi teaming up to take out After All.
Or
I suppose if they get a knock each, kind of in similar timings, but you can see the angles that After All the whole thing, I'm really loving them, because they're limiting, very much limiting BBL to be able to get any kind of double peaks.
Yeah, it's as you said, it would kind of have to come down to almost a team-like scenario in which both of these you said it correctly. He got killed very shortly before he hit all these players.
I feel like he deserves the kill. I mean, he directed the car in the right direction and everything. I feel like he deserved the points off of that. That was funny. That molly might be perfect. It might just isolate Michael and Clip inside. Perfect timing on that replay, too. Thank you so much for that. Let's see here if they can somehow get out of there alive. I guess the best case scenario is to get points off of each other and then deny. I think Example denies here, honestly.
Clip.
Even if Example wants to get points, it's teams that are fighting for the top. But what am I saying? It's Example. He doesn't deny.
Yeah, the question is, does he die before BBL does? Because I think BBL's got less of a... Yeah, they need to move out early, and that means Na'Vi is going to pick up that second place. That is such an important second place for Na'Vi, though.
It is.
Because they've had the circle for almost the entire game, but they didn't manage to make a whole lot of work with it, so getting these placement points is absolutely crucial in order to advance today. As we said, yesterday didn't go their way. They started off, I think, with 4 or 5 points going into the last 2 games, so it was horrible. But yeah, today it seems different. They seem more on point, even though that last game wasn't perfect representation of that. They still got the... I think it's a good boost of confidence. Let's say it like that.
Oh, definitely. And After All as well, I mean, being able to sit tight in that compound for practically phase 2.5 through the end game, pretty convenient for them. But they locked it down. They secured themselves the win. Some good nades, good utility usage there in the end game to finish that one off. But gotta say, I mean, considering how many games we've had on Erangel now over the course of, well, PUBG's existence, this one pretty rare. I feel like it was like a quadruple mega hard shift in just all these different directions all the way through. What a brutal game on Erangel.
Man, I mean, even the fact that we have had another military circle already, even though we've only seen 3 Erangel games, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we've only seen, this is the 3rd Erangel game. We've had 2 military circles. That's just something that doesn't happen every day, and especially in a best of 6 qualifier. Did we jinx it at any point? Because I don't know, that just seems unfortunate for some of these teams. But either way, I mean, with these emergency pickups, if there's a time where military circles have been as fair as possible, I think it's today.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what the game is trying to tell us. It's like, you know what? Well, you can do melee. We'll take a few in a row so you can practice the emergency pickups. You know, get ready for grand finals. Let's get them here in the phases instead of in the grand finals, though. I think that's the better way to put it. Let's do it while there's only 6 games to play before it resets, because it's not like there's anything on the line or anything. Grand final spots.
No, totally not, and totally no PGZ points in the finals either. Before we head into the next break, we quickly want to touch on something that you're going to see in the next break, actually, which is going to be Guess the Pro. So if you want to win G-Coins, I think 1,000 of them, maybe 1,500 is up for grabs. I'm going to have to check on that one. Just write down the player you think is going to be named in the question, or in the little bit of a, what's it called, in the puzzle? Can we name it a puzzle in the little graphic you're going to see in the break? So don't go anywhere. Check out the graphic that we're going to have up in the break. And if you do know the player that is named, write it in the chat. You might want some G-Coins. Don't forget it.
Do not forget it. With that said, though, we are going to go to a break. So stick around. We got one more Erangel before we head on over to Miramar to finish up the day. We'll see you guys in just a few.
presence to come through. First phase will be in the molly. Damage are coming through. Nate from your side will take them out. The kills come in, but the points are taken away.
First Erangel comes to an end, and as action-packed, if not even more action-packed than Taego was just before. I'm Toby, joined by Felix. We are almost halfway through phase 2 of the rotation. What a hell of a game we just witnessed, Felix.
Yeah, we were talking about military circles. Now maybe emergency pickups are going to be changed. But one thing I do want to pick up on, I think we were both very incorrect with that statement about 6 or 7 emergency pickups being put out, because I think we didn't really have too many this time around.
Yeah, I think there only this time around. I think there actually might have only been 3 or 4. But I think it also had to do with the fact that the military circle wasn't one of those usual ones where pretty much the entire island is engulfed. It very, very early hard shifted towards the east, so most teams do, especially the ones coming in late. We should just go to the west bridge. Like, there's no reason for anyone to be bridge camping that right now. Let's just wrap west. And I think 3 or 4 teams did that without any real confrontation. So I think that had to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about the teams, after all, finally getting their first win. I mean, it's the first time that we saw them playing, but they didn't have too great of a game 1, so I'm excited to see them putting up numbers. 17 it's going to be. Let's take a look at the leaderboard elsewhere. Navi as well. Even though it was kind of a messy game from them, let's be honest, it was kind of a messy game. They did have a good rotation in phase 1, phase 2 to make themselves at home in the city, in the street line, you know, split themselves in these buildings, but they weren't able to keep 4 up. So the win, even though it would have been possible maybe with a lot of utility in the late game, wasn't there. Still 12 points. BBL as well, the other EMEA partner team that we didn't get to see in the finals, came very close yesterday. 5-6 points difference. I think they had 32 to 37 was the cutoff point. So 12 points being put up from them. Very good as well.
Definitely a close one for sure. Very interesting to see it all unfold in and around the Nobu area. As we said during the game, usually these circles tend to kind of shift back up in that western direction towards the observatory. But here we see the overall leaderboard. Solo able to maintain their first place spot, despite the fact that Exalt tried to bowling strike them off the hill without succeeding. So sat there tied currently, and again, huge turnaround for Exalt as well. Finishing dead last yesterday, now already sat in a tied first place. And for Solo too, and after all, really, coming in first day of playing here in the phase, and sat in first and third respectively.
Yeah, it really felt personal now that I think of it. That breach really felt personal. Just get these guys out of there. I don't care what happens to us. We're going to be in the vehicle, probably going to die anyways, but just get these guys down towards the street. And yeah, they made it work. Anyways, after all as well, 19. Pod as well. I want to call out Pod really quick because they're sitting on 18 points as well, top 4. Also one of the teams that came in very close yesterday. They did have their shining moments, even though we didn't see them in the very late game too often. Now starting it off with a win. Another good game maybe today, and we might just have the same situation as with Ascend yesterday, where they qualify very early on. I can see that happening. Pop with a good circle, always very dangerous.
Exactly. That was kind of the strat from push and shoot yesterday in terms of how they made their way on through. But now I want to mention to you, we briefly mentioned it during the last game as well. Our one sponsor here in the tournament, ProPats.gg. Hop over to their homepage, customize a mousepad as you're seeing here in the video right now. Hop in, customize it, screenshot it, and you might just get selected to be victorious in a tournament where I, Felix, and Elite Power will hop on out and judge the best design. So whether you're going for the meme designs that Felix like, or whether you're going for the big explosions like Epic Games designs that I like, we need to hear from Elite which he prefers. Regardless, design it, send it in. And if you want to buy it for yourself as well, hop on over to the homepage, use the code the rotation to get 10%
Only rotation,
off.
I think it is actually.
Exactly. The rotation. Who would have thought that would have been the code, given that that's the name of the tournament. Get yourself 10% off if you want to buy other merch. There's different esports attire and merch in the homepage too. So ProBats, thank you so much for making this tournament possible, for making this a mini tournament within the tournament possible. I'm looking forward to see all your crazy mousepad designs coming in to the grand finals next week.
Likewise, and talking about winning something, if you have seen crazy moments, and we have seen crazy moments, okay? We've all seen crazy moments in the end of the last game. Put it up with the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag #TheRotation. You might be eligible to win a couple of G-Coins as well. There hasn't been too many entries yet, so your chances are pretty good. Clip some of the most favorite highlights so far of the rotation, put them up on Twitter, hashtag it with hashtag #TheRotation. Just put it in your tweet and clip it, you know, put a clip in there, connect it to the tweet, and you will be having a good chance at some of the G-Coins, so make sure to get yourself some of the skins with it, but most importantly, make sure to get your clips up on Twitter. With that being said, let's welcome everyone once again to match 3 of phase number 2 of the rotation. We're still in the playoffs, and the 16 teams are once again ready to kick it off.
They indeed are similar, and also simple, I should say, playing path this time around once again. Last one, very, very horizontal. This one a little western skewed. If you really want to and need to go to middle to power, it's a bit of a stretch, but still within reach. So, should be pretty simple for everyone to go exactly where they want. Are we seeing Pachinki being hot dropped again, though? It seems like that is the case.
I'm not too fond of this hot drop. I mean, it's a best of 6. FMG has already had their struggles yesterday. I mean, 6 chances are already gone, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like FMG has so much to offer in terms of that lineup, and then I don't want to say wasted, because at the end of the day, if they win this clean, like a 4-0 clean sleet wipe, then we can't really judge it, because, you know, it works. If it works, it works, but we haven't seen that today.
I will say it very, very shortly. I will call a spade and say, if you hot drop in a best of 6, it's stupid. Don't do it. It's not a winning formula, especially not in the long run.
Yeah. Especially since we have changing teams every day, so that spot, even if they imagine they would have wiped them today, but still wouldn't have qualified, maybe they will be, you know, having a hot drop tomorrow again against a different team. So, as you said, normally when you have these kind of hot drops in big international tournaments, like we've seen plenty of times in Pachinki especially. Oh my, are you kidding me right now? I'm not even going to finish that sentence. Are you kidding me?
I just saw it and I knew you hadn't noticed on the map feed yet. I was like, oh no.
No.
I have to wait until he realizes. We are going back, baby. We are heading to military for 3 out of 4 Erangel games. This is the ultimate emergency pickup practice server that we have somehow booted our Erangel games on.
Someone at PUBG Esports really
want to see them
this has to be scripted at that point. Show yourself in the chat, please.
Imagine an island ending on Miramar. In the meantime, imagine CC getting his head torn off by Nordskiff.
Yeah.
And he lead into that too. CC at the angle and it just double headshots him. That is a
talk about biggest advantage.
Yeah.
So Nordskiff is going to be the first one to get knocky. That's already more aggressive in terms of entering this whole fight than yesterday. Excuse me, yesterday. I'm talking about today, obviously, in the last game. What did I think of yesterday? Anyways, so yeah, first one down. Don't think there's anyone close to revive as well. And now it's the same situation that that SRM had the last game, where they had the entry and kind of played things slowly. Just the other way around.
Let's see. Formulation of the first knock. Come out victorious this time around. Himan, on hand, is the furthest southern player on the team right now. He was the first one to fall in the previous skirmish. This time around, though, trying to set up a bit of a flank. I think with Simsi out on that side now as well. We'll see if maybe they can get something going. Seems like Savim are committing to the rest, though.
Yeah. I'm surprised FMG is gonna let them do it, because there's a lot of playing room inside this B area. It's what's called this, you know, this kind of square, which you usually call B area. But so they could enter this building, but they decided not to. I'm not sure if that's the way to play this one, especially since you have had the entry. Okay, look, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna judge if they hit on nades like these.
Nope, when they land straight on their feet, that is exactly where you want to place them. Himan, of course, being on the roof, can hear all the footsteps down below, so able to feed in for a cross, even if he might not be able to see his opponent's those, but one on the other side, though, and now, once again, Rest comes through, but that's the second time CC's down.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Still a little bit too slow for my liking. Anyways, Baron is going to get a trade onto him, and that's going to slow things down, because they just started to push down there. But the rest is through, and the revive I think it's been long enough so that the player revive could heal as well. That probably makes it an equal situation again. But Nordskov has got that shotgun. We don't know. Shotguns, they don't... Dude, you don't have an equal situation if the one player has a shotgun close up and the other one doesn't.
Yep, it is not easy. Not easy at all. But things have slowed down, as you were saying. They got the rest on up, and actually it's now from relation, despite them being the ones pushing initially, it's them being at a disadvantage with him and still not having been rested. He's trying to call back. You can see him out there trying to make his way back towards his teammates, but they're all set inside the same building here. One well-placed nade downstairs. That could be all of Formulation game.
Yeah, and once again, I do have to say, I'm taking the circle into account with this one as well. It's kind of the worst case scenario. 2 times you get on a hot drop, 2 times the return circle, and the set timings are going to be important. But anyways, Global Army is going to open things up. Shotgun in hand as well. He's only got 7 bullets left, but in the meanwhile, that push upstairs is not going to work out either because shotguns are on the other side as well. And they're going to wipe them clean. And Savim Esports are going to head out of Pochinki with 4 men strong and 4 points in their bags. What a start into this game.
Shotguns, shotguns, shotguns galore as Savin comes out victorious. And now, I mean, they did come out victorious in the previous game too, but took casualties in doing so. This time around, they will have a little more time to work with as the fight came to a close a lot faster. So should be able to rotate down safely. In the meantime, BBL, not in a hurry. Bitfix, not in a hurry. Pod, I believe, are already flying. And Solo are going to be making their way on down as well. And I think, again, with emergency pickups now being a thing and this one being pretty much 100% military, it's people just aren't in a hurry the same way.
Yeah, no. Not really as of right now. Again, over Team Venture, that's one of the teams that doesn't need to be in a hurry either. They've made it across. This time around, as we saw, a little bit more of a western kind of circle, so that compound, even though it's not usual, you know, to have the circle on the western side, even though it is a western circle, to end that close to the shoreline, it's still a pretty good entry. And nothing else is really free. So all of these compounds on the western side, except for the top hill, weirdly enough, except for the top hill, have really been taken already. Yeah. But I think Axel is making their way up there.
Not yet. We'll see if, I mean, Pod is currently flying in. Curious to see where they're flying, where they're opting to go. I think they're going straight into the Yepa split, which could prove kind of fatal if they do end up doing exactly that. That is what we saw from Ascent yesterday when they won the game on Miramar off of a emergency pickup, kind of a flight in. They challenged a split early, dropped 4 people onto a compound that only had 2 players in, and ended up with a really prime real estate. So we'll see if maybe Pod can be successful in doing the same thing. But it seems like they were able to kind of dodge the commotion. Now Levante running around in the open here. Again, the issue of emergency pickups, you do not get to bring your vehicles.
Yeah, you really shouldn't. Now we have it Pod again. Levante's looking for that headshot on 2 wards. Levante's gonna get it as well, but not the knock. There we have it. Rox is gonna help him out.
Asa, get rest. I don't need -3 points in my fantasy team.
What? How's... Okay. Yeah, he was prone, but how did he not realize that he was gonna be open?
Yeah, I asked him.
I'm gonna... Someday I'm gonna ask him. Irritation. Playoffs phase 2. That one single story that you're wearing. Why did you not realize that? Either way, it's good angles from Pod being put out. Taking a lot of space on that shotgun side and military, and that's always a pretty good indication.
Sure is. Seems like Lassa will get back on his feet. Watch out with the vehicle explosion, though. Oh, no damage done. No foul. Should be alright. Goose does fall though. Rook's able to find one. Entropic wide split down towards the southern side of military base as well, trying to punish some of these rotations coming through. And Hakatori just saw a boat.
Wow, I didn't even see that.
Out in the middle of the open. Yeah, that is a pixel vision for him. Levante now finding knocks on to Venture as well. So, I mean, it's pretty clear to see here that Pot came flying in from South George with no info of what was happening around them. And now they're kind of in a spot that isn't really a spot and shooting at 4 teams at the same time.
Venture did get that first entry. Levante has the danger with a split that far, as you're gonna get caught off guard. I mean, the same thing happened to Venture yesterday in that first Miramar game. This time around, it's it's going to be on them to pick up that frag. But yeah, either way, Heaven is going to start things off. Paint's going to get revived as well. Hal doesn't have enough of an angle to actually do massive damage on them. Yeah, Team Venture finally fight themselves with 4 men up inside the circle in phase 1 and phase 2 with a good opening spot. That's something we haven't seen from them either. I came into the squad, I'm not sure. That's one of the teams I really wasn't sure what to expect because, sure, they've been playing together now for some time, but it's still more of a mix. From more of a fragger mix, and I wasn't sure how they're going to play in terms of playstyle because these guys have been around the scene forever as well. I mean, Heaven is one of the biggest German streamers actually, so I was really glad to see them making it into the players with a very convincing fashion as well. But right here in this scenario, it's different, man, and we're seeing that right now. Bench it's not exactly an open book so far.
Look at this, yeah, but they hear the boat, or they hear the plane coming in, and instantly they look to the sky. They fight Taegos early on. And this is, again, I mean, we saw it from Bitfix earlier today as well, where they try and parachute on in and just get instantly taken down. It's another case of the same thing here. Only difference is this time around, it is happening on Erangel and not on Taego. So a little off timing on their parachute. And then, I mean, everything is simply taken. And when you can kind of do it when teams are still split and trying to rotate and regroup. But when everyone is already sat in their compounds just waiting for the next circle to pop, as we see it go west here, they're just going to be sitting still, looking to the sky, ready to take you out.
Yeah, talking about taking out, Uber's going to open things up. Na'Vi have finally found what they need in terms of confidence. Alga's going to finish it off as well. And that push, it's just going to be, it's absolute devastation right now for who. Because they're not going to leave this unless the last play has been cleared. And from up top, there comes the last frag. Na'Vi is going to start things off in game 3 as well with a full clean wipe. And that's the Na'Vi we know.
Yeah, the Na'Vi we've come to expect as well. Coming up very strong in these qualifier lobbies. Very solid performance from them in today's matches here. We'll see some of them trying to make their way to safety. Not quite going to happen this time around. BBL able to deal with them on the approach for both the teams down towards the Millie Island. They're still up and around farm, but they're running around trying to find one another. I guess that's the issue when teams aren't in a hurry to rotate in the blue because they have emergency pickups and whatnot, that they can take these fights miles out in the blue and still actually be fine.
Definitely. Smash is going to finish that one off. Still deep inside the blue zones. Together with SRM, the only 2 teams... Well, except maybe for Danny Mumble, the rest of his team is already inside. So, for the majority at least of players, it's only BBL and SRM that are inside the blue zone. And BBL, with the way they're playing outside, I think at this point we can already expect an emergency pickup to come through as well. I doubt they're going to rotate all the way through. But then again, they do have time in terms of timing. But talking about something else, Lucaro's is going to get traded out by Kim.
Yeah, lucky for him, and even more so that there's no one to trade the knock instantly. Find one. Iva should be able to get the 23. Second one. Will it happen too? Yes, it will. Orc too strong. Iva's too strong. As both Clip and Ibaga falls.
That's a quick, easy double from Ivers. Anthropic finally showing up as well. Still only 16 points. We haven't seen the big round we need from them today either.
Let's see. Looks down, of course, ain't gonna make things any easier. How does Anthropic fare? And this one makes him wants to get back towards his teammates. Up towards the north, able to dodge and weave and get out from the solos there. Should be alright for now. But not the best position to be in, especially not if the next circle takes us further west. It's so hard to rotate out from this area into a proper terrain of their own. I think that's what they're looking for now. Like, how do we get out? Great, we have to go back north. And I think they realize now that there's no one up there.
Yeah, I think they do. So it's surprisingly uncrowded yet on the eastern side for some reason, the eastern side of military base. Because the splits have been so big. It's just look at, I know you can't see it, but if you have the map stream open, just look at Orgly split, for example, and there's no one coming into the north side anymore. So they pretty much play the Na'Vi split that we saw in the last game from yesterday, but even more splayed out than Na'Vi. They've got plenty of control. Same goes for Howl. They not only have the compound below them, but the hilltop as well. So a lot of teams taking a lot of space, and that makes the actual center not too crowded, actually, in terms of teams.
Yeah. Well, there ain't a whole lot to play in that center either. As you said, with Howl taking this... Jesus Christ, game! Can we calm down? It's the best of 6.
Holy smokes.
Give these players a chance! What is happening today? What are these circles?
Yeah.
I mean, if this is Erangel, Felix, if this is Erangel, what is Miramar gonna look like?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna think that far yet because let's just focus on this round. I'm happy for Venture, and I'm happy for August because both these teams have had very tough circles in the last couple of days too, or at least games. Venture's had kind of good circle shifts, but only then when they lost players already. So I'm excited to see for them, especially to maybe play out the circle finally as a foreman. But the rest of the teams really have to worry. And you can see these kind of sends are going to be the standard now, and Tropic's just cutting straight through.
There's simply nothing to say.
They
know they're on the back side of things. They know that if they stick around, they're just gonna kind of get killed in the meat grinder of teams out towards the east side of the circle. They have to just YOLO, scout on the go, and hope that there's something available for them to play from.
Yeah, interesting enough how grouped up on that compound. They don't expect it to go further up east, which I think I'm not too agreeable on that decision because they could have grouped as soon as someone came up, but then they would still have all the information. If they would still have 2 players up there, that's a good position. But they probably were scared of someone running up on them, so they grouped up really early. But and Tropic, they don't even need that position because that's the position they could have gone to. They just go straight through.
I mean, this is not a bad play at all, and given how the water is kind of circling the entire peninsula here on the west side of the Millie Island, they're pretty much going to be in next circle. Yes, they're going to be on the far western edge, but they're going to be playing in. Like, look at what they've gone from and what they've gone to. They're playing in with no one behind them on the west side of the circle now come next shift, if they do survive, which I suppose they will. Whereas had they been out east, they would be fighting BBL, Win or Die, Na'Vi, Exalt, Orkless, Solo, and potentially Yepa as well. I mean, that would have been absolutely insane. BBL now, well, they did it once. Let's do it 2 times in 1 game. See, woohoo, where we can go as they jump to the sky and fly in the water? I don't know. Where does BBL go here?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, BBL had a different kind of rotation the last Erangel game as well, where they came in very, very late. I think it was phase 3, phase 4, same kind of position. Now, I think maybe even later into Novo, where they wrapped all the way around on the coastline, and they still made it work as well. They got top 3 there because they just fought that well through Novo. So if there's any team that can fight through all of these positions, it is BBL. And look, they're actually going to find the top of the hill. So you can't see it right now because the map stream open. They will find the position that Hal recently left, which I didn't completely agree on. But now, looking back at it, maybe the good decision from Hal to group up as 4.
One thing is that it's free. BBL had no way of knowing that. But the fact that they jump it, like that's where they opt to go in the one spot that in 9 out of 10 games would always be taken. Yeah. And they get it for free. That is an insane gamble that just, to the most insane extent as well, paid off for BBL.
Yeah, and they're going to get rewarded with the circle. Look at this. How is going to be dead center? BBL pretty much dead center. There's no better spot than this. And BBL, let's not forget, they're still 4 up, so absolutely crazy. But looking at Na'Vi in the meanwhile, they're going to have a tough fight. They are very arch-heavy once again, but this time around it's not going to work out perfectly. Unfortunately for them, one of the 2 teams that is right above them on the leaderboard is going to be facing them off in solo. They're having a great day today. And right now, that goes to show, again, Na'Vi with only 2 players left alive. They have to fight their way in.
Yep, we'll see. Bam, watch a peek on over the top. Alia ain't going to let him have it. Finds the first one. Instant flush as well, and Bumble being suppressed here behind the vehicle. Nothing he can do to try and assist. His teammate falls. Alia finds the double on the swing around too. Didn't even need the help from his teammate. Able to do it on his own.
Alia with a massive play. That push up the hill, and even though he was expected to peek there, still gets the headshot. Crazy stuff from Na'Vi, and they needed that. These are the kind of points you need. Just if they would have gone out right, yeah, sure, they had some kills beforehand, but that's not enough to solidify yourself inside that top 2 scenario. Now with that edge, they're completely free. There's only BBL above them. That could be a good scenario to potentially go deep into this game as well.
Sure could be. Players Win or Die, limited in their options here. But look at that. It's Exalt and Orkless next to each other. I mean, again, when it's it's not technically late game at phase 4, but I like the fact that it doesn't happen before now. Again, I mean, yesterday we saw them run shoulder to shoulder and take each other out pretty much before phase 3 had popped. So at least this time around, it's a little bit prior to phase 5 instead.
And it doesn't work out too bad for both of them. I mean, Orkless, sure, they've only got 6 points, which actually, now that I think of it, look at the scoreboard right now, everyone. It is 10 points different between 8 and 9. It's crazy. Like, what's that? I mean, 7 teams?
It's 10 points different between 8 and 9, but it is 7 points different between 6. Wait, that's 7th and 1st.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd, actually.
It is absolutely insane. Yesterday we saw it from Twisted Minds in 2 games. They jumped from 16th to 1st place.
Yeah.
And Navi tried to do the same thing. Had they just had one more game to do it, they would have been able to qualify as well. Showing us today now that they are not going to be playing in the last phase of this level. And that nade, had it gone through the window, it would have been a triple, but not quite the case.
No, didn't hit the window just yet. He's still got 5 nades. Why don't try?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why is he? Okay, I think they're expecting Excel to potentially make a move if they do get that wipe, but still.
He has 5 nades.
He has 5 nades. He definitely, yeah, he should have tried, right?
That is...
Like, you're not going to get easier frags. If you hit that nade, it's perfect. But apparently that's the way they're throwing the nades. And they are doing that damage with no knock so far. Correct myself. Clip actually gets a knock from afar. And Kappa is going to open things up as well. So Arctics and Monodoct being taken down. These are the only 2 players on this side of the street. It makes it incredibly hard for Rexa to get any of these restos. And they will be down to 2.
The issue is, as you can see, for Oakless as well, they're trying to wrap inside, they're trying to get more vision,
okay,
but BBL has such a good position to peek from. The thing is, now they have to leave, and I think that is going to be Oakless kind of slowing things down here. They don't have to play over-aggressive. They're not inside the circle yet, but they should play outside the circle, waiting for teams to come their way, because if they can play into this one with their back cleared, and then push down towards Venture, that's a lot better than if they try to take the fight downhill now, and then get back to them.
Yeah, 100%. We see the next circle, though. Gotta say, Venture made themselves quite comfortable in that compound. Same goes for Entropic and How. These are the only 3 teams essentially inside the circle right now. Everyone else has to go closer. No one else except for these 3 teams is inside the circle right now.
It's not going to be easy. BBL as well, doing an aggressive play forward here. Clip trying to suppress, trying to apply some pressure on the other side of these smokes. His Fate is the one set up close. Michael just exactly able to get back towards his teammates, but none of them are looking the other way. I don't think they're aware that Fate actually pushed up this close.
No, I don't think so. But it doesn't matter in the end because they're going to make their way up in time. BBL, I still don't know where they're going to go from. They kind of have to rep down west, which is, excuse me, down south. Rest from their point of view, because that's the only way they can really playing this downhill scope. There's only a couple of trees in there. Hal would probably pick them apart. Same goes for Win or Die. Tough situation for BBL as well. It doesn't look that tough, but in reality it is going to be because they are running straight into the next fight.
Sure. Win or Die somehow still 3 alive in this shack. We'll see how long that's going to last. Bitfix does fall in the end as Pod able to take them out. Rustin in the meantime taking the fight, so yep. We saw them try and transition over. I was expecting them to try and make a play forward, but Rostamar was ready and waiting for that nice transition from BPL here as well to register that that's where the pressure is now going to be coming in from, because they were all the way on the north side of the compound, but now swinging back south and dealing with Yepa before it became too much of a threat.
Alia is picking up his 5th frag, and that means Navi's going to pick up the pole position, which is the first one. 26 points as they will be eliminated. And the only team alive right now to potentially overtake them anytime soon is EXO with 24 in 3rd place. Still alive with 2 players. BBL, though, that's the closest team as well. Picking up 2 more frags in the meanwhile, as they will be making their way inside the next circle.
Yep, Wind Dive trying to get out, try to get safety, but not going to happen as Oakless finally able to wrap around. In the meantime, back towards BPL we go. They still have to fend off against the remaining EXO players' Fate. Is up close. Fair is just behind him, but Michael and Smash are sitting here with double orcs lined up, and Clip with a 3rd orc in hand, able to take them one, but traded off in return.
Only 1 player left alive now, and he has to push in. The circle is doing so much damage. Oh, Smash pushes out! And unfortunately for him, he's going to die to the Blues and actually die to the enemy player, but that means he's no way, shape, or form going to get revived. I think BBL, they just lost 2 players there for almost nothing. They only got 1 point out of this. I'm not sure if that was intentional. That's a big problem for them. They still could have played this next circle. Look, the next circle is pretty good for them, actually, with 4 players up.
I mean, they had to deal with the pressure from behind, and knowing that Oakless was going to push them eventually anyway, I don't think there was a lot they could do other than try and confirm the kills. Would they have wanted to get those kills faster so they could get back into the circle? For sure. But I think the decision on them aggressing that direction was smart enough. We'll just see now if Rustin and Michael with the low HP that they have can fend off against essentially the entirety of Oakless. Yeah, oh, that would have been a perfect. It would have been a bit further to the other side.
Yeah, but the next one is probably going to hit. At least that's a good flash. Nail up in the back is going to do some damage, though. But Rustamer gets caught out in the open. That just leaves Michael behind the rock. We've seen him do miraculous things, but that needs to be more than a miracle right now. Maybe that nade is going to make things easier for him in this specific scenario. And it is 2 down for Orkless. And Michael keeps the dreams alive for BBL. They need these points. Sure, they're in qualifications right now, but look at the difference. 4 points only to a non-qualifying spot. Now the nade comes in. More damage. The revive gets put through, but more shots also from Entropic through these smokes, and they're hitting. Another one down. Vorix is going to make things even tougher. Michael now just needs to fight that one frag, and I think he's going to go for it.
Michael is somehow staying alive here. The pressure is being applied from all the other sides, but Quetpa spots him underneath the smoke, spots him prone down on the other side just before the smoke probably bloomed, and he will take him out.
Looks like he's playing in third person, but he's not. He's not playing in third person, even though it looks that way. Global Army, he's sneaked into that compound behind Venture. They have got no idea. If that is the man to ruin this game for Venture once again, the one scenario where they actually have 4 players up and they're in the late game, then yeah, these players might just actually cry in real life, because that's what I'd do.
Imagine. Be amazing, that is for sure. Ivers in the meantime able to dodge one, but nail up, not quite the case. His head blown off. As Howell able to stay alive through that one. Finds the double, finds Mexa confirmed as well. As Entropic, I mean, again, they had to full speed send it through the open, pretty much through all the teams on this server, and have now made their way to the top 5. So everything considered, it's been a pretty good game for them.
Yeah, that is gonna touch both of them, but not a knock so far. Not another knock, I should say.
Global Army is still alive is pretty insane. He's been in the blue for pretty much the entire game. I mean,
yeah.
he lost his entire team against BBL up by a farm. Then he wrapped west and came in. Like, when everyone was fighting down here, he was just wrapping over the bridge. So he's been eating blue damage for a while now and made top 5. So good job, Simon.
Yeah, very interesting. Looking at the leaderboard right now, we have 5 teams left alive in this late game, and all of these 5 teams are in the middle of the pack. But the difference is still 11 points. So Venture especially is on most pressure is on Venture right now, essentially, because they're the furthest team down. Global Lobby is now going to rep him behind them, thus having spot them. Okay, Global Lobby maybe he can make a move on his own. I don't think he wants to yet.
No, wants to stay quiet for as long as he can. Let the other teams battle it out until you're seen, or until you get one of those perfect opportunities with 2 or 3 players set right next to each other. I think he's just going to try and prone it out, wait it out, and see for how long he can survive.
He's been damaged, but oh no, that was the blue zone. That must
blue.
Okay,
No
I was just thinking, who did he get shot from? And he still survived. But yeah, so he still has the scene apparently. Venture still hasn't realized it, still hasn't picked up on it. He's thinking about maybe grabbing that frag on Heaven really quick. He's been the most important fragger for that lineup. Gets one. Is he going to get traded out? Good damage on that second player as well. That is absolutely disastrous for Venture at the moment. Global Army single-handedly ruining their dreams. Tiza finally shuts him down, but Shabam is still out in 4th place, and he still made so much damage in their cup. Oh my goodness, that is disaster for Venture. Dying to a Zolo, essentially, because he's done so much damage.
And look at that, Nailcop able to steal all those points away as well, racking up the 5th for himself. That is huge. Huge for Orkless. And now, Entropic, all isolated down here, needing all the help they can get with Howl taking 1 casualty. It might be possible, but now Ivers falls. They know exactly where they have them, but I don't think they have any more utility they can really commit to this, and I'm a little worried for Howl and how much they dare to commit to try and deal with them, because the blue will do it for them. We'll see how hard they dare to fully commit to this. Ooh. Denying. Denying blue.
They are.
I don't mind that at all. Quit, but in the meantime finds 1. Does the rest come through? Oh, just the last tick.
That would have been so important for them to make this a 3-on-2, because they've got the zone, but they can only really work with the zone if they've got the man advantage, or at least not a 2-man down scenario. That's going to make it tough. Vesseline Hunt for Nalcop, we've seen him do a lot of damage so far. He's been, the statistics are correct, also the best fragger in this lobby so far.
Yeah.
And they've got the zone.
They sure do. 4v2 though. Let's see if somehow Orkless can pull off magic. I don't see it happening, but as you said, currently they have the circle. There's still 1 more left to reveal itself, so we'll see if it shifts south, granting Howl some a bit of breathing room. It centers up. So right now, Quetpa has the dot, but how? They should still have smokes available to try and get out of here. And Nail Cup, just tanking blue for a bit. Not what you want to have happening here.
Now with Vestas half down, same goes for Keppa. Even lower than that of Nail Cup. So in a straight fight, if they do get damaged a lot, it's going to be problematic. But look at this, he's also very close to the blue zone. He's probably not going to be able to move. So I'm thinking that's what Howl is waiting for. Wait for the first player to have to move because he's surely going to die. I don't think there's going to be enough smokes for him. And at that point, he's running now. Yeah, he's dead, isn't he? Oh.
Well, he's going to be able to prone for a while, but that while ain't all that long. I mean, they know exactly where they have them. Behind each of their rock, the thing is quick inside the circle. They just want to make it a 4v1. No reason to take chances here. Howl, 16 points so far. They want to get a win here. They want to rack up as many points as they possibly can. Because look at how close it is on the leaderboard. It is absolutely insane, the fact that we have 10 points, or make that 11 currently, from 10th to 1st. I know we're still early on in the day, but remember everyone, it is just the best of 6.
Yeah, 100%. Still very close. Every single point essentially here is going to make a massive difference in the end. We saw how close it was yesterday. So grabbing these last 2 points is going to be very important as well. That little bit of a position change, I think they didn't realize, just came out of Nail Cup. Actually, from both these players. They both made it into different position. Mad, if he would have gotten knocked out, it would have been massive. Kepler doesn't have a nade to follow up on that huge damage he just did. It's going to stay on that 4v2.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get a better angle on this. Nailcrumb is trying to touch and weave, but can't be... he's pretty much visible all times. In the meantime, now though, Quetpa does manage to find one. Lazar's going aggressive on the roadside. Ruin does find one in return, but all of a sudden it's a 2v1.
Double knock coming out, and it's a 2v1 as you just said. And Ruin, he's very much with the backs against his wall. He needs to move out of that compound. First shot's coming out from Orklas. But as you said, he's got no utility. He's going to have to run out all in the open.
Matt has to bait all the attention right now, but he's going for the rest here. Full committed sprint coming forward. Nailcrop now trying to readjust, trying to reposition, using the ridge line to his advantage. Ruin, I love this aggressive play, realizing that he had to go for it, had to full speed send it forward in order to come out victorious. And now, buying time for his team to get back up alive, but he has no clue that Nailcrop has just repositioned, sees him instantly, and no best. That is an easy knock for North.
He wants to go for the flash, but shots are already coming back from the rest of the Howl players. But then she puts him down, and the man is going to pick up that last headshot. And that means Howl is going to pick up that second win of the day. And my goodness, we've seen another military circle, but this time around, the end game was way closer than the one we've seen before.
And that was way too close, honestly, in my opinion, too. It should not have come down to this. I like the patience from Howl initially, but sending one out in the middle like that almost got the mat down. Then they sent another two out in the exact same rotation, just not ready for Quetpa's positioning at all. That was a little too close for comfort here for Howl.
It definitely was. If he would have seen, I think it was Ruin, if he would have seen him run out of the compound early enough, I think that would have been completely different, because then it would have been a 1v1. Unfortunate for him, unfortunate for Nailcop, he doesn't spot him out in time. I think that was kind of the main difference maker.
Yeah, definitely. A huge turnaround, though, for Howl, starting off the day pretty weak. A 14th into a 13th place, and now finally getting themselves a win here before we head over to Miramar. That is absolutely huge. But we're going to go to a break now, so stick around, everyone. We are halfway through the day. Best of 6 is on the line here for the top 6 to go through to the grand finals. Stick around. We'll see you after this break. Howl comes out victorious on the last Erangel, I should almost say Miramar, last Erangel of the day, as we once again, Felix, go down to the Millie Island. But now we're headed on over to Miramar. No Millie Islands, maybe Millie bases, and you know what? With how hard shifty Erangel just was, I wouldn't even be surprised.
No, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't be surprised. And nothing can surprise me anymore if we had 3 military circles in 4 games of Erangel. But talking about these teams, maybe in the last game, which you saw, very interesting thing to note. Orcless and Howl, both of these teams came through the MEA qualifier, and both these teams were the 2 best ones that came to the qualifier. But also, I gotta say, Orcless yesterday, in no way, shape, or form, had any real late game appearances. Now, today, that thing completely changes, and especially in the last game that we just saw, Howl and Orcless fighting off in the late game. Both of these teams really needed the points, and they did. Both of these teams, again, got into the late game scenario, so I'm excited to see the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, well, here is the leaderboard from that previous match. Howl out victorious, 18 points racked up. And as we were just saying, Orcless almost double-digit on the kills. A little bit of help from Global Army in 3 points going through on that northwestern side. But 9 kills for Orcless as well. And then once again, Entropic able to rack up points in pretty tricky situations. A 10-point game. I think they're very satisfied with that.
Yeah, 100%. Talking about BBL and Entropic, maybe a little bit more about these teams. As we said, didn't make it yesterday, and Entropic, again, they really needed these points, but they keep on not making their way into late game. It's so situational when they actually do have good games, because we haven't seen many of them today. And even that sent in this round, it could have gone horribly wrong, and they could have not had 10 points as we are seeing right now. So I'm hoping they get a little bit more structure into that game. I'm hoping we're going to see a little bit more isolated fights, because I think that's where they excel. They just haven't been able to show that.
No, exactly. We will see if that's going to pan on out or not as we head on over to Miramar in just a few minutes. Now, we have the overall leaderboard here. Exalt racking up first place, 1 point. Currently ahead of Navi, but look at how close it is. We have 4 teams tied at 22, and then 2 at 21 just below that. Then there's a bit of a jump off down to 11th. But this is absolutely insane. 8th through first place, just 5 points in difference.
Yeah, I mean, that is completely crazy. And even the 10th place part with a good game right now, they could jump to a first. Like, that's how crazy it is right now.
You don't even need a good game.
Leaderboard.
Pod could have a decent game and get first.
Yeah, 100%. That also worries me a little bit for Navi, Solo, BBL, all these teams up top, because they must look at these leaderboard right now as well. They must have a picture of the situation that's going on, and think to themselves, yeah, I mean, we had good games today, but honestly, the other day, like, we're still in the middle of the pack, and it's top 6 only, so essentially, we didn't really make any progress so far.
Yeah, well, Miramar is the time to shine now for these teams trying to make it on through as they get 3 of them. But it's not only them who are trying to win. You can also try and win if you have your fantasy team ready to go. I know I have mine. Unfortunately, I do have one player on my team who isn't playing today, but that is my mistake. And do not make the same mistake yourself. Hop over to TryGG, set up your team, get them ready to go. If you haven't already, then you can get in for tomorrow's games. You can get in for the grand finals as well, and rack up a ton of points and prizes with that as well. Now, Felix, Miramar time is where it is. Both Taego and Erangel were very, very emergency pickup heavy. And I would say this, just off of what we know of the maps, you would usually think that Miramar would be the best map to utilize them. So if the last 2 maps have been anything to go by, we should see pretty much everyone emergency pickupping through this one.
I'm not so sure. I think if there's any map that you have the best entry points, and no matter the phase, and obviously a very situational, depends on the circle, but generally I think most of the playing ground on Miramar is entry friendly to the degree that you have a lot of dips in ridgelines. There is exceptions, like for example the street between Monte and Picado, stuff like that, or maybe even the far western side where it's very hard to get into in the late game. But I think if there's any map where we're probably going to see the least amount of emergency exits, at least in my opinion, that is Miramar, just because of how many entry points there are in the late game.
Okay, well, we're seeing now Southern Plain Path coming in, and with most teams, I would assume, being in and around here, I wouldn't expect the big surprises. But one thing that does not surprise me, unfortunately, is that Sarvim and Formulation are still hot dropping. Again, I will remind the teams this in case they aren't aware of how the format is. It's a best of 6. I guess the only thing that allows them to continue doing what they're doing right now is the fact that the leaderboard is so close right now. So had they like needed 50 points to make top 6, it would be different. But other than that, Solo and Pod as well, all of this being a Southern Plain Path, kind of flying into one another.
Yeah, Pod, I was talking about it yesterday. DA was having that Southern Picado split, but I looked into the qualifier games. Pod always played that, but they got to El Al-Zahar yesterday, so I'm excited to see them playing their favorite split, which is the Southern Picado split that we're seeing right now. And look, that's a good opening. 2 frags immediately, but Levante's all alone, and he's still going to have 2 players to fight off.
See now, shotgun in hand for Levante. If it's going to best the Scar, at least on paper it should. But will that be the case? Not, and if not a shotgun, then maybe the Vector will do 2
it's a nasty setup,
very strong
isn't it?
up close weapons. Yep, half HP as well. HP comes through, but the timing is off by a split second. Levante moved, his weapon clipped on the railing there, and he wasn't able to get the shot off. That is so unlucky.
Yeah, you would think this was going to be an easy entry into it, but he was straight up running in there as well with the MK12. He did not make the mistake of peeking it straight up, because he knows it's not going to make a difference having a shotgun on the other side anyway. So just full on sprint in there. If he doesn't hit his first one, you can still get it even though you're not scoped in. So yeah, he got that trade really well.
What a timing! Now in the meantime, back to Picado we go. Asabum and Formulation still in a pretty decent split. I mean, this positioning they have right now actually allows for both teams to leave without having to fight. I don't think that's going to be the case. They're probably both going to stick around, but seeing as they have to move to the circle eventually, of course, we do know that emergency pickups are a thing, and they could just opt to do that instead. I'm kind of curious to see how this one's going to pan out, but I would be surprised if they don't stay until this fight is over.
Yeah, still coming back to that whole situation. I know you've already said that you don't agree with this. I'm just gonna have to say that as well. Having in a best of 6 2 maps that you're gonna be hot dropping on, it's, as you said, it's almost guaranteed that you're just not gonna make it. Like, what are the odds that you're gonna win these hot drops, and what are the odds that having this hot drop 1 is gonna make the difference to you qualifying or not? It's sure your rotation timings and like you've trained on the spot and everything, but there is spots that are not too far off that are open. For example, like Graveyard Split is, for example, an opportunity that you could have gone for, in my opinion. That's still safer than what they've opted to now, which is the hot drop. So I don't know. It's hard. I mean, I was rooting for FMG, but it's hard to root for them if they don't get into the late game, if they don't start the games off with the full format.
We're taking a look at Navi here as well. We are the world champions. That should be enough. Well, Navi, it wasn't yesterday. So we'll see if today will be any different. At least so far it has been, because their highly structured, aggressive playstyle, as Elrin likes to call it, has been very successful today. Even in the 2 games where they got 0 placement points, they got either 6, or well, I should say they got 6 kills in one game, 8 in the other. So definitely different pacing for Navi today compared to how they were playing their games yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. You see the fruits of it. 26 points. There were the end of the last game even in first place, but yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. For now, leaderboard's that close. We were talking about it. It's crazy. I haven't really seen the leaderboard that close with so many teams in 20 points area in quite some time.
This is absolutely insane. Also with Sabim getting 1 kill, now it's just even closer.
Yeah, definitely.
Now it's just even. Oh, not Sabim. Sorry. Now my brain does.
You mean
in
so?
any case, yes, exactly.
And Pod.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now it's even closer. Once again, it's Formulation on the aggressive. I'm not sure how he's running up those stairs.
Walking up there. That's just the way it is, apparently.
Oh, okay. 1 spotted down below. Nate's now cooked as well on the staircase. Might find 1. No damage done. As a matter of fact, the Simsy, after moonwalking up those stairs, able to take down Global Army. And then Shield Nate's in return. Well, that is these apartment buildings for you.
Yeah, it's going to slow down the push, but I think Intense still might want to try to make something work on his own. There's another nade coming in from Sheila from the outside. Somehow that doesn't touch Intense. Somehow he's still alive. Somehow it doesn't touch him, but the next one comes in. Not skipping Simsy. Knocked down to the ground, and Sheila opens it up again. If Baron wins that 1v1 as well, it is once again a very dire situation for FMG, and it looks like he won't win the fight. He-Man goes down. That just leaves 1 player left alive, and he has to make it all on his own.
Desperately wants the flash, but Global Army might just have baited him. He was sat behind the wall, trying to dodge and weave and get away from it. Oh my lord. And now Intense is like, wait, what? I just saw him in here. Where the hell did he go? Sheila ain't gonna sit around, ain't gonna wait. Has a level 3 vest on as well. I like this play. Throw the molly, throw it up there. Get the final kill as well. And that is Intense down and out alongside the rest of formulation. What a play. I like the idea they get the first knock and then Sheila is sat outside and then they realize, wait, it's a trap. And then, well, they would go down because of it.
Man, it's so frustrating for anyone that's shooting for FMG because, yeah, once again, we don't see any of the plays that they made during the qualifiers. They're one of the best teams in the qualifiers, and we don't get to see them.
All their hot drops today.
Yeah.
Maybe for the final 2 games. I mean, you just lost twice in Pachinki, and now you lost again in Picado. The first time you got 1 kill, second time you got none, and now you got 1 again. Maybe this time, maybe for the final 2 games, go somewhere else. You must have an alternative drop slot you can go to. Because the thing is, even at 7 points with 2 games left to play for this one, because everything is so close, I mean, they might actually still be able to qualify if they get some good games in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
We'll see.
It's so hard to judge them in general right now because we don't know what they.
No, it's not. They're doing something you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, okay, but I'm talking outside of it. Like, it's hard to judge what they would perform like if they wouldn't hard drop it, because I want to judge how they would perform in this kind of lobby coming into the qualifiers with a generally really strong lineup. But in this lobby, I think they could have done something. They were definitely up there. I think I would expect them to be 7th, 8th place, you know, around the placement on the points that After Alt has or Pod has. But we don't get to see that. Like we don't have a clue on how they would play if they wouldn't have had that hard drop.
Also, even worse is that one of the teams they have been feeding points to in these hot drops have been one of the teams that they are hunting now. So, if it was a team that sat in 16th and they didn't have too much to lose in that regard, maybe it would make a little more sense. But even then, I mean, then you're up against a team with nothing to lose in a hot drop situation. That's just even more dangerous.
Yeah, talking about dangerous. Sancho went down for Zolo in the early game. Did have his dangerous situation as well. That's gonna hurt them. But Pod's been showing up today as well. Always in the middle of pack, always very close to qualifying. Pod's been in the qualification spots throughout parts of the day, yesterday too. Not to be underestimated, I think they did manage to rack up over 80 points in 6 matches in the qualifier games in the last stage of it as well. They were definitely the strongest team in the entirety, not only EU but MEA. And for a team that isn't 100% internationally experienced, that's quite a performance.
Very, very much so. It's not something you see done all that often. Weston, looking over towards After All. Yet another great team joining the fray here. Shots are fired. Shots are connected too. But a bit of a shoulder tap from Weston, just letting them know that Oculus is here, ready to take a fight to anyone wanting to look around. Wait, was there a level 3 vest on the ground there? Was that a backpack?
I think it was backpack, I think.
Oh, I was just gonna compliment him if it was level 3 level 3 vest, because I like the idea of having that level 2 vest on for some of these peaks, and then when you leave, because you're not expecting to sit there for the rest of the game, like take some taps to your chest, like while you're sitting here scouting around, as long as you don't get knocked, of course, and then swap over to the fresh level 3 vest once the threat comes closer. That could be pretty smart when you have both of them nearby, but in this case, not quite so.
Good ship for Oculus at the moment. True. They once again find themselves in a position relatively close to the circle center, and this time around not too close towards Excel either, and they will be grouping out. So Ono is going to leave that compound down towards the south side of them, and they will be continuing on that 2-2 split. Good decision.
Sure is. Who are they? Well, we're not quite sure.
It's so interesting. Everyone's just looking back up.
Yeah. Whenever you see a plane, it ain't always just loot coming your way. Now it could be players landing on their compounds too, so everyone looking at planes as they come flying on through. BBL, yet another team who have made their way into the second circle. I mean, most teams were in and around this area already. Usually when we have these circles that swing north of Minas Generadas, most players don't like to sit on the southern side just because of the way the both the land ratio works, and also how there's just that much more to play from up here in the middle. So most teams are already in, which is just going to make it that much more entertaining once the next circle shifts, because you're pretty much guaranteed to have teams in very big trouble.
Let's take a look at Entropic. One of the 2 teams that are currently playing that valley down there. Yepa to the west of it has inhabited both of these compounds on the street. Also a dangerous split. And you were talking about how it's more difficult to play out from the south side. The crossover here through the valley is the best kind of example for that. There's plenty of spots on the northern side of it, even outside of Oglis compound. There's plenty of tips you can play, but you would now have to make your way through the valley, and I mean, Yepa and Entropy is going to be there. It's going to be ready. Example with a nice tap onto wood ground.
People wondering whether or not Na'Vi were coming into today's games fresh and awake. When you hit double taps like that, that's usually a sign saying, okay, Na'Vi's feeling it today, guys. We gotta be respectful about this, because they're pretty damn dangerous when they're on point.
These are good flashes, and yes, they are very dangerous, but Alya, unfortunately, a little bit too late. He waited for his teammate, so obviously it's not kind of a wrong decision to be that late, but if he would have picked that earlier, he's probably kicking himself. He's watched the replay. Could have definitely gotten another knock there.
Yeah, if there's anything to put a finger on, as when you're waiting anyway, don't waste 3 flashes on that exact same angle, maybe 1 or 2. Save the rest for later, because if that flash hits on point, that is your opponent blinded and deafened for a solid 10 seconds. So when you spam them like that, it doesn't really grant you a whole lot.
He's still looking for that entry, but he's not seeing anyone. He's really scared of this. You could see them grouping back in towards the back of the other houses inside this compound area. And with, I think it's... Who's up there? It can't be Alya, is it? Who's up there from Na'Vi? Anyway, so one of the players has got a really good overview of the situation from up top. Yeah. Ah, okay, it is. Yeah. Anyways, entry goes his way.
Sure does. Alya finds one more. He's kind of been... I mean, I don't know if it's intentional or if it's just the way some of these fights have unfolded today. He's kind of been transitioned from being the flank kind of safety net to now being the up-close threat. And Uber falls here. That's a bit dangerous, because as you were saying, as we were seeing just before, he is a player playing up high, so they need to commit on. In the meantime, though, Example does what Example does best. Peeks on in, finds a body, finds a headshot, gets the kill, and that is Who Are They out of this one.
Good fight from Na'Vi. They've been really successful on these 4-on-4 fights today, especially in the early game on these isolated fights, which is something that, once again, we haven't seen yesterday, especially in the first 4 maps. Because of that, obviously, they were very far downwards. But today, I don't think they've lost a single play on these early fights. So, good on Na'Vi. They will grab themselves 4 points. They're still in a very good spot. They are still inside the next circle. The circle has shifted a little bit more down south. And they're currently the only team down south as well. So, almost the only team on that southern side of the new safe zone.
Yeah, speaking of the circle, this is actually quite a brutal one. Because if the next, as we've seen so many times today, opts to hard shift, this is going to be, I mean, terrible for anyone currently set up towards that north side. There's a, because of the way that the rotations came through, because of the way that the Minas Mountain doesn't really allow you to safely passage on through, it's, as you said, exclusively Na'Vi who are currently set on the southern side. Yepa and Entropic are down on the roadside itself, but that entire Valley of Death down there is going to be practically impossible to transition through. And currently, 1 team on the southern side, make that 1.5. The remaining 12 are set on the north.
Yeah, maybe Pod is gonna grab that southern entry as well now.
And you assume that they take the compound. They're just waiting for the circle to pop. They don't. I mean, they're only coming into this from the west side now, so they're not wanting to take any too big chances here. Rorik, you saw, get a knock. But that is on a player a bit further away, and also his team is pretty far away from him, so I don't assume he's gonna commit too much to try and get in the angle onto Arts there.
Yeah, Ferris is already driving through the blue zone to get him back up. It's phase 3, that's definitely possible. But he has to be fast because the blue zone is closing in 50 seconds. That's enough time to get the rest and get a first straight through. That's no problem, but you know, driving all the way back and everything, it's definitely going to delay that push, that fight. And Molotov are starting right now, and they need to, because they're outside. On that hillside just by the compound, they're still outside the safe zone.
Global drove past and somehow did not notice a solo player. Now, trying to turn around, trying to come back and assist, but it ain't going to be easy, because now he's completely surrounded. Sheila does manage to lob a nade off, and Priel finds him.
Still looking for that second frag, Sheila. Knocked down Baron, maybe with that SKS, a DMR that we don't see all day. But it can be quite deadly, despite that 6 times on it. It's still kind of holding that edge. There's plenty of vehicles in there. I'm not sure if he can take any of them, though. And the next blue zone is going to close, and that's going to do a lot of damage, and that means that fight has to be concluded anytime soon. Global Army is going to hit the headshot, though, and that means another frag secured.
Yep, that entire northwest side is about to completely blow up with both Bitfix and Win or Die now kind of being present in it as well. Savim needs to get going, but with only 2 players alive, very, very limited what they can do on the edge here.
Still outside the blue zone. Now Global is finally coming in. Look at that peak though. How is he still getting one? How is he still getting one? Bombilov, I mean, he was kind of right below him. Somehow his teammates still died because of it. His teammate's probably going to be kicking himself. Anyways.
It's not been a good day for Bitfix, I think it's safe to say that one
yeah,
right there. They don't really look too good either, but we'll see if they can make more of it, as they aren't too far from the circle. Issue is, despite the fact that they're only like 150 meters out, it's 150 meters that are very hard to transition through, so we'll see if they make their way in or not. Rustamar, in the meantime, finds a flush onto one of the Exalt players, as the top of the leaderboard starts taking casualties once more. Solo, Exalt down to just 1 apiece, and Savim already out. That just means this is going to be so much more close coming into the final 2, with so many teams in the bottom of the leaderboard still in play.
Yeah, how a lot of these 6 qualified teams right now has probably got the best spot and deep center of the circle, and there's no one close around them. There's no one even that could take that rotation to a position anywhere close to them. So they've got a pretty safe spot, and we all know this circle is not going to hard shift down. Like, it is going to end north of the street, so Hal in an absolutely prime position currently.
You say that now. In
I probably jinxed it, right?
Quadruple hard shift towards the south. It ends on example. Now we know it. Now
Yeah.
it's been confirmed.
I wouldn't be unhappy about that.
I think everyone would, except for example, though.
Oh, we've got him in a fantasy team, both of us. So.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
We'll,
you know, never forget the fantasy team.
That is true. Make sure to make one if you haven't already. Win or Die, still looking for that perfect entrance in the circle. They do spot one from Bitfix now, but can't quite find the knock. They need to prioritize rotating themselves.
Yeah, Win or Die. Rotating to the compound. Half of it at least is still inside. There's plenty of playing room around it because Pod just rotated right through. Made themselves at home close to Hal now, so they left that western side. Like if you want to die, as I said, they're going to find a lot of good ridges, a lot of good compounds, a lot of good houses there. They do have to be careful. There's a solo coming up, creeping up on them through the blue zone on the western side.
Yep, it's sneaky Bumble trying to make his way on in, living up to the name of the team in solo as he creeps his way on forward, last man standing on the team. In the meantime, Entropic, well, they've been down here for a while now, not really having had a whole lot to shoot at, and part of the reason why they're currently sat at a solid 0 kills, but also having taken no casualties. I guess that's alright. Circle, in the meantime, goes over towards Howl once more. They won the previous game. Let's see if they can get a good result here in this one too.
Yeah, Venture's going to have one hell of a task. You can see Navi's kind of shutting down that position to just run straight through. Same goes for Entropic. If they want to make a move inside this next circle, they're going to have trouble. Like, especially for Venture, because as soon as they run into this, they've got even more pressure than Entropic, because Entropic is still halfway inside, down at the gas station. But if Venture wants to move in, I could see maybe Entropic making a move off of that fight against Navi. And Navi, with them having the entry on the other side, I mean, Yuba, an example, that are still down south, they're just going to rotate over. It's not going to be a problem.
I assume so, at least. It's all quiet on that southern side. In the meantime, up towards the north, we're just seconds away from explosion. EPL has to move. Bitfix has to move. Win or Die alongside Yepa has to wrap their way in from the west-northwest side too. But it goes Oglis. They're the ones currently sat on the edge trying to fend off against all these teams wrapping on in.
The P90 in play. I don't think we've seen that yet in the playoffs. Either way, Oglis.
Yesterday, we saw 1 or 2 kills with it yesterday.
Oh, Rustamar, right? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
But outside of that, no. Both the P90 and the FAMAS has come into play. Too often, as the Orc is it's just pretty decent, and you can find it everywhere.
Venture now with one hell of a task on the other side of the map. They're running into that compound. We're talking about it. They're going to get destroyed just as Win or Die is, at least for now. Yepa with another nade. Gonna have a lot of trouble rotating in. There we have it. Venture just with 1 player left alive, and that's Vorix. I think he's just found a position where he might just be safe inside that next safe zone, but yeah, with Entropic creeping up behind him, with Navi being there with after ult, having that information on him as well, there's not a lot of hope left.
really isn't. And with Yepa racking up points now, I mean, they're currently sat down in 13th. It would be huge to see them join the fray of like the 20-point club, I guess we can call it at this point as well, because it's still incredibly close on the leaderboard. Howl sat very close to one another. If Michael or Smash lops a good nade on in, that could be an absolute dismantling of the Howl roster right here.
Yeah. They're still very aggressively looking throughout this map, but they have to know that the only team really in any danger to hurt them is Pod, unless they... Unless Yepa, I'm not sure how close Yepa can actually rotate in there, what the next kind of dip is. Because if Yepa comes anywhere close, that means 2 open sides, in theory, for Howl, and then that position is not as good as we think it is.
Yeah, it's interesting how Howl, I mean, this is how they come out victorious in many of their games. They opt to go for one of these positions in the early game that most teams wouldn't even consider to play from. Then a circle or two goes in their direction, and all of a sudden they can flex out and play full control from a spot that no one is anticipating them to be in. So we'll see now. Obviously, now she said that people know where they are. Similar position to Pot here. Things have to be done. Issue is, as they peek on over in one direction, BBL peeks from behind.
Yes, and they're going to get the immediate knock. Michael's going to open things up again. Uno, unfortunately, exactly Uno, one of the absolute key players from that lineup, has been taken down, and more shots are yet to follow. They are still having a player inside that compound from up back who can maybe support them, but the first knock is going to do enough damage for them to slow down on that push against Pop.
Michael, second nade on point.
Never mind.
Finds the double. Does fall in return, though, as Nailpop was able to take him out. We'll see if the res comes through or not, as the circle is starting to close in just about 20 seconds. It has swung down towards the southeast, so Entropic in, but they're currently being contained by Na'Vi.
Such a good shift for Na'Vi. They have to know that. I don't think there's a sideline on towards Na'Vi from Yepa, so that means they have full focus on towards Entropic. And they also should know by kill feed that there's only one player left from Venture. So a crazy good position from Na'Vi. It's I don't want to say that game to move, but Howl has a lot more pressure on their side coming at them in the next phase.
Oh yeah, depending on how many teams take out one another before they get to Howl, it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of withstand the pressure coming in from there. Now Oculus back towards them as they try to make the run on forward, but once again, Michael doing damage.
Michael, man, he's been so on point during these last month. He's been such a key player. He's had his pauses in the international scene, but he's come back in this lineup, and he's been in full effect. Such a key play for that lineup, and he's not stopping either.
Nope, not anytime soon. Not for sure. Quick bump. Now solo player trying to fend off against the team, and it ain't gonna happen. Rustamai able to take him down. This BBL takes out Oculus. Agatori with the smoke grenade launcher in hand, trying to grab himself a little more space to play around. Now you can see here Entropic trying to get out, but they were simply sat down here for too long. I mean, Na'Vi always had one player eyeing this position, so they were never allowed to flex out early, and now that they try, it's simply too little too late.
Yes, they've got 2 players kind of watching that back, and that means only 2 players really have to watch this whole crossing. Unless Alia goes down or something absolutely incredibly happens coming out in terms of shots from Entropic, there's no real danger for Na'Vi at this point.
Nah, you wouldn't think so. Now with Venture wrapping over the top as well. Was he? Oops.
Oh,
a reload!
Oh no! Bamboozled. Oh no, you hate to see it.
Unlucky, and Enan finds the double flush because, not necessarily because of it, but in response to it as well. Now, here comes Jeba, the remaining player on their team, to make something happen. Olsing, what can you do from here? 2 players flushed as that nade's confirmed. Now Hegatori realizing, or should be well aware, you'd assume, that there's a player just on the other side. Does he go for the fight? Does he try? Let's see if he can get the rest on up. Nope, too late for Pin to get back on up. Smash gets an extra point.
Yeah, Smash still the last player left alive for BBL. They have made top 8, but then again, there could have been much more in this scenario. 7 kills for them already. I still think Smash is not in a too bad of a position to make something work on his own. I mean, he's got a pretty good reach line in front of him, and I don't think Pod is expecting this currently.
Not at all. Circle, though, shifting back to Na'Vi once more. I mean, we said it was going to end on example. It might just end up doing that.
Never mind me.
Yeah, it went all the way down towards the road. That was predicted, I suppose, unintentionally by you, Felix. In the meantime, now let's see if after all, I mean, they've been able to play it a little quiet until they had to flex out 5 kills, still 4 alive as well, but they have to take this fight to Howl. The issue for Howl is they have to move in 2 directions here, and that nade, perfect on point. Lhasa falls. Can they get him back up, though?
That was a good nade, first of all, from Howl, and then after all, kind of topped it off with one of their own, but the only real knocks went against the side of Howl. In the meanwhile, Na'Vi is going to clean up Yepa for Howl. They get all of them, and that's 6 kills in the back from Na'Vi now.
Yep. continues to rack up the points. Enan finds his 5th in this game as well. Good performance from him, and after all as a whole, Howl down to just Ruin now, trying to stand tall on its own. And now Entropic, well, they had tried to make a play earlier, it didn't work out. Now they're forced to make a play, and it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen either. They're ready for it, ready for the push to come through, but Nailub, headshot connected.
What is that from Nailub? That's a massive frag, and he gets a second one. Nailub, how in the hell is he getting these frags? Melman and Yuba have to do it all on his lonesome now. Maybe the nade can give them some kind of space, but surely now maybe Varys comes into play as well. Is he finding an opening into one of these teams? Yuba is the meanwhile is going to get revived. Melman picks on his own. Nailub with the 3rd frag. What is happening?
Absolutely insane hero plays coming through from Nailub as he finds one again. That's the 4th knock onto Na'Vi. He's one-man armying, well, not completely, but almost one-man armying all of the opposition, and Nailub does it, finds 5 knocks on Na'Vi, will fall to ruin in the end. But Entropic, with their backs against the wall, are able to come out of this one alive. Thanks to Nailub, at least in terms of the kill, but of course it's a team effort. They were all there doing damage, using utility, but holy hell did he hit the headshots he had to when he did.
These 2 entries were so crucial towards Na'Vi. Nailub with a massive performance, and now Ruin comes in to play the solo, gets one, gets a second one. How is this happening in this game? These individual performances are deciding the late game situation. Ruin finally gets shut down with a great peek from Denimon on his own, but that means Entropic has now got playing ground to push up on this. Lucarix already gets 1 flush. Can Entropic turn this situation around?
The fact that After All are alive in this one now off of what just happened there, the fact that Entropic are able to get out of the position they were just in before, I mean, it is, it's not something you see every day, but it just goes to show how much is on the line, how much these players are willing to risk in order to come out victorious. For After All, though, I think they're very happy that casualties weren't more severe off of that peak from Ruin. Danimon does get eyes on one, you gotta take those shots, it does so exactly. Now Nailub falls. First one down, 3v2 now in favor of After All.
Yeah, and I think Entropic's not even going to go for this rest right now. They should expect something to happen from After All. That flash up towards that rock. Lucario still going to peek it, gets a lot of damage, gets the knock as well. 2-on-2, Lucario on that second peek claim is very down. What? Lucario's with the second one, and can he get the 3rd? All in his lows, and even is going to support him on that last one. But Entropic, if you've seen clutches throughout the rotation, then this is the game to talk about. Entropic somehow on a massive win. Even that fight against Na'Vi on his lone set was enough to highlight them this round, but they're going to make it work in the end as well. And After All, they're going out of this round with their heads down towards the ground because they're not happy about this one, trust me.
They looked scared. They were sat inside that gas station for way too long for my liking. When they finally tried to flex out, Na'Vi were instantly there to take out the first on the team. And then, when they tried to come out with the smokes on their back, with Na'Vi pushing up, I thought they were done for. I thought this was a Na'Vi win written all over it, but Nailub stepped up. Then when he falls, Lucarix and Ivers were there to take over instantly after. What a performance, what a game for Entropic to finally show up here in the rotation.
I mean, I've got Nailub in my fantasy team, so you know I've got Nailub an example. I'm convinced he's seen that after the performance yesterday, and he's just coming out today swinging, and that's exactly what he's doing. I'm excited because Entropic they will get a lot of points now. I think they had 8 kills in the end. I know it seemed more, but essentially they didn't have to do anything until that Na'Vi fight, so it was even more essential if they actually won it. But that also means they're in prime position down to get qualified with only 2 games left.
Oh yeah, I mean, they were in that 22-point mega tie in the middle of the pack, so definitely off of this game, they will be able to separate themselves a bit. They didn't have the most massive kill game, but still, I believe 18 points off of this game should set them up very comfortably in the top with just 2 games left to play. Speaking of, there's just 2 games left, and for those of you guys coming in late who might not understand the format of this tournament, top 6 off of these 6 games today will qualify and join the 6 teams that have already qualified to the grand finals. And then tomorrow, the remaining teams will try and make their way in, but only 4 spots will be available.
Talking about highlights that we've just seen in the last game, we've had plenty of highlights today. I would say even more than yesterday. So, in case you want to win yourself some G-Coins, go onto Twitter. If you don't have an account, it's very easy to do. Hashtag #TheRotation and post a clip with that hashtag in the combination. So, hashtag #TheRotation and post a clip of the games that we've seen today, maybe even yesterday if you want, and we will pick some of these highlights that you've posted and give yourself some G-Coins. So, make sure to not only have your DMs open and let yourself get a message, but also make sure to clip it and post it.
Let me ask you, what is your top highlight from today's game so far?
I mean,
you can only pick one. You can only pick one.
I can only pick one. I mean, this gotta be
Okay,
pretty
okay,
obvious. It's gotta be Nalo,
you
right?
can pick a impressive play one and a meme one.
I mean, I kind of have to go for the obvious ones, don't I? I mean, Exol driving down that hill, just shooting other players in towards, I don't know, Elon Musk will be proud. Anyways, and that play from Naleb. Just as much as that play from Lucaris, but I think Naleb especially because we haven't really seen so much from him, and these were mostly one-on-one duels, and he had the pressure on his back, so for him to come out and get not only 1, but 2 and 3, and then even the last frag, so that whole squad wipe was on his lonesome, absolutely crazy.
Absolutely phenomenal. And again, just to underline what Alex said there.
I want to say one thing. Naleb, please post that POV on Twitter. I think all of us would appreciate it. Yeah, if you have it, post it.
We want to see it. But that is going to be it for this one. As Felix just said, make sure to clip your favorite highlight. Go on to Twitter, use hashtag #TheRotation, and you can win yourself 1,000 G coins if you have the best clip sent to us for today's matches. 2 more maps left to play on Miramar before we finish off phase 2 of the rotation. Stick around. We'll be right back after this break. 2 more matches left to play on Miramar before we will know which next 6 teams will make their way through to the grand finals. And even though we haven't seen the total leaderboard yet after this match, Alex, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty damn close.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether or not Na'Vi or Entropic is at the top, because I don't see anyone else currently leading the pack. But yeah, I mean, we gotta talk about Entropic. I mean, they've been quiet for the last, how many games have we seen now? 9 games, and now they come out swinging. I'm sure they've had their situations. Last game, 10 points, but it wasn't the fashion that we wanted Entropic to be seen at, and that is isolated 4-on-4 fights. And I was calling it before. That's where Entropic has the strength, because I feel like they're more on the fragging side in terms of, you know, that mix between fragging and you know, strategy. And yeah, you can see the result of it here, 18 points.
Yep, it's a solid performance for after all for BBL as well. 2 of the teams that were sat in that 20-some point mix, actually Howl too, now able to rag up some extra points here, could help separate themselves from the big mid pack coming into the final 2 matches. Again, have to underline this, it is the top 6 teams from today's games that will qualify through to the grand finals. And then the final 6 teams that are waiting to play will join us for tomorrow's game. So everything is on the line here with 2 more games left to play.
Well, you have to highlight BBL at this point as well. They once again had a very tough circle. We do see, for some reason, BBL always being on the tougher side of these shifts. I'm not sure if that's just been, you know, because we had unfortunate circle patterns for them, but or them, you know, just sticking to the edge. But they do still put up points, and that's the point I'm trying to make. BBL, they do find ways inside the next circles, and they do find the frags as well. So BBL 10 points again, and this one puts them in 4th place, 34 points. That's a good entry point going into the next 2 games.
And look at this, Entropic now up at 40 points in 1st place. But as much as I want to talk about 1st place, what really matters is down in and around that 6th place spot. Solo currently sat there at 28. Then we have a 3-way tie at 27. Auglis sat a bit behind that, and then a bit of a jump down towards Venture at 17. But even for them, I mean, hell, even for Bitfix all the way down, if you get back-to-back good games now, double-digit kills and placement points to boot, you might just be able to make a run for that top 6. So it's not over until it's over. Best of 6s can turn around in the very final game.
Yeah, I'm still concerned for Yeppe today. That's the team I have to single out on that second leaderboard half. 11 points only after the situation, or after the games that we've seen yesterday from them. They've not been... Actually, they have had, especially in the last game, they've had positions where I thought now they're going to just pop off. Now they've got, you know, a good position. They've got all 4 players left alive. For example, the last game, sure, they were on the southwestern side, but we're saying the only team between them and the circle center was essentially Howl, but they still couldn't make it work. Shots from the distance, and yeah, somehow it's just not working out for them. So I'm interested to see if Yeppe can turn it around in the last 2 games.
Let's see now, as we head on over to Miramar once more. As you just said, 2 more games left to play for these teams to try and claim top 6 spots before the final day, the final phase, takes place tomorrow. Here we are, once more, the rotation unfolds as match number 5 of the day takes it away. And how, oh how, does this playing path look? You know what? As simple and boring, I suppose, as they come.
Yeah,
it's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, boring and fair. That's kind of true. What isn't boring and what is still fair though is ProPads.gg, the main sponsor of this event and the only one at that as well. So if you want to grab yourselves a customized mouse pad, not only that, you can design your own one actually and enter a competition, then head on over to ProPads.gg. We've shown the video. If you guys want to see it again, go back in the VOD before the 4th game. What you can do there is customize your own mouse pad, your own apparel, your own from jerseys to mouse sleeves, everything. And with rotation as a coupon, you get 10% off as well.
Yep, it's absolutely phenomenal. What is not phenomenal is what I think is going to be a hot drop. Again. And so far, Sabim is 3-0. Let's see if maybe Formulation has found a new formula to come out victorious.
We'll see. Still, again, I mean, let's not go into that discussion again of whether it's not worth it or not, because I think everyone, the viewers at home, us anyways, have, you know, made up their minds. But yeah, again, it's going to be a hard job in Picado, and yeah, as you said, let's take a look whether or not that's going to turn out differently now.
Yeah, well, circle up towards the northwest we go, and once again, Picado not in it, so we'll see if they opt to stick around, or if maybe they opt to try and leave here early. Simsi, Tommy gun in hand, will get a 2 helmet to boot. Is that going to be enough for him to opt to go on the aggressive here, or is it not? It's been Formulation who has been the aggressive team in the majority of these engagements so far, and it's been Saben who's been sat in the defensive, and, well, with that, it's been Saben who's been coming up victorious. So maybe for Formulation, they need to now slow things down and let Saben come to them.
Yeah. Either way, no matter if they played passive or not, even when they got the entry, looking back at the Erangel game, they still couldn't make it work. It's just, that was weird to me. They had the entry, but they still were so passive on it. I'm hoping to see that change in case they do get an entry now. That main Norwegian lineup, they've always had plenty of Norwegian players in the PUBG scene, especially at the pro level. Talking about the pro level, of course, but in general, pretty big scene. And FMGs, with these 3 Norwegian players in that lineup, definitely one of them.
Sure is. Let's see now. Intense. Ooh, it's dangerous to try to hold an angle.
Yeah, it is.
When you're leaving yourself vulnerable to other areas of the map. Good thing for him is that no knock came through. Sheila is still in Casino, not really in position to assist too much should this come to an up-close fight. But he was kind of, I would say, the highest impact player of that previous fight, because even though he wasn't in the building with him, he was the one lobbing in nades from outside and finding a lot of damage with him.
Still no knock on both of these sides just yet. Him still very far off as well. I mean, it's a weird position for both of these teams. But I do want to say Formulation is a bit of an advantage, because they could push, they could collapse on this casino, on the second casino apartment, whereas Jaime could watch the cross from up top. So I feel like that's what's going to happen eventually, because I don't see SRM leaving that casino building without, Formulation seeing it. But we've seen these fights, and Formulation the last time, yeah, still didn't work.
Exactly. And right now, Nordskip fully committed to holding off Fortuna here, holding off the top window of this apartment building, but can't sit around for too long. Can't stay like a turret in the same spot for too long in these urban fights. You have to constantly move around to keep your opponents guessing as to where you're coming in from.
Yeah, looking back over to Exalt on their first rotate.
Well, that's what a rotation looks like.
Yeah, are you telling Formulation that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Them or Saben, yeah.
Yeah, but actually, yeah, it's true, both of them. Right? Even though we did see Saben in the late game more often. I mean, obviously because they did win some of the fights. But yeah, it's actually crazy to me how they're still in 9th place with 27 points despite all of that.
Yeah, I mean, and sat in that 3-way tie at 27.
Is he gonna pick FAMAS?
Ooh, FAMAS.
No.
Wait, no.
Not gonna
it does
pick
have quite a big amount of recoil, so
I hate it.
People are still not completely used to it yet, I guess. But I think it's one of those
Yeah,
that will... I think it's going to grow on people.
You think so?
Yeah, I feel like we've seen it before, where high recoil guns weren't played initially, and then people started mastering them, and then they started playing them. Like the barrel as well. When it first came out, people were like, it's way too high recoil, no one's going to use it.
True.
And then, like, 2 months later... barrel was like the meta, because people went, oh wait, we just have to practice. Or 3x spraying. Remember when everyone was saying, oh, it's impossible to 3x spray? Now people are 6x spraying with barrels at 100 meters and making it look easy. So I think
that's true.
FAMAS has a place in play. It's just a matter of people getting more used to the recoil.
Circus End already pretty crowded as the circle's closing. First fights are coming off. Navi, usually on power grid in the first day at least, has had problems keeping all 4 players up alive. These are exactly the kind of scenarios where we saw them struggling. Keeping the players and not losing anyone on rotate, and therefore also having these horrible first 4 rounds. Well, maybe this time around it's going to be different. First knock still doesn't go its way, but there is one down from Jeppe. Alja is going to get a good headshot being taken from Ravendome. That's going to make things interesting. Are they going to commit to this fight? That's a possibility now.
Yeah, because where it wasn't optimal before, now it's just straight up not good at all. As they lose another one. They were in a 2-way split. Upa does manage to find Thentalos, though. Does he 1v4 pull up on this? There I mean, he shouldn't be allowed to. Surely he has to fall back.
No.
He's already suppressing. The thing is, I don't think Uber knows when, like, to stop. He's like, just buy time. No. I'm going for the kill here, boys.
I wasn't seeing him. Yeah, so now he saw the play on the further back, but now he's in a weird spot because now he can't get that entry or he can't get that flush on the first play, and he's all alone.
And there's other teams on the other side of the road to Uber. I know you're set up there. I know you're having a good day today, but you might be in for a bit too much. Cavalry is here, but you gotta watch out. And now the shots are being fired from across the road too. I think Navi is calling it. They need to dip. They need to dip here. As I say that though, they are sticking around still.
I mean, they've had massive success so far in these early fights and these isolated fights, but then again, it isn't completely isolated, and now the players are leaving it alive. That's the nade I was waiting for. If he would have thrown that maybe like 5 to 10 seconds earlier, that would have been a massive entry, but hell yeah, it's going to take that first peak. Example intention as well. The support in the back is just not happening. Revan, what are you doing with Navi? He gets both of these players. Example dying as well, both of these flashes also, and despite him getting traded out, that's a massive confidence boost for them. That's what they needed. 12th position. They do lose 2, but for Navi, that's even worse. 36 points is far from a safe qualification.
It sure is, and I feel like for Navi, they had a chance to disengage a couple of times in the middle of that. I know that they lose 2, they get the rest on up, but then Uber could have tried to wrap back. I don't know if the pressure from Exalt got to him and he felt like, great, now that they're on the north side of the road, I have to commit to this fight. But the way I see it, there were a couple of moments where he could have dipped, but maybe he didn't expect it to be a full team there, I'm not sure. But definitely a bit of a mistake in my book on Navi to stick around there for as long as they did. But as you can see here as well, Exalt, I mean, they just have such a good angle, but I'm not sure that all these players that we now see from Exalt be in a good position. I don't think they were all here when they initially had a chance to disengage Navi, that is.
Yeah, I don't think so. There was one headshot, I'm not sure who it was from, that I think it was towards Example, because Example arrived at that fight when he wanted to trade his teammate that initially got knocked down. He arrived with, I think, like 15 HP, so that was a nasty headshot. But either way, let's go back to that hot job scenario in Picado. Nordskip with that shotgun. Yeah. But he's got a Vector on the other hand. That's
talking about this.
Talk about guns. Yeah. Still there though, unfortunately. Yep. For any FMG and any SRM fan. But especially for any FMG fan.
I feel like, I mean, with Sabin currently set at 29 points, they really should be the ones leaving. I know that they want, especially now that they've won all of the hot drops here today. But with them being this much closer to the cutoff, literally 1 point out of it right now, I feel like they have way more to lose than Formulation at 7 points on the day. Maybe they're just like, you know what, we haven't lost a single one of these. Let's just take some extra free points. Until they're not free anymore.
That would change your only system, I suppose. It's been, as you said, it's been working so far.
Yeah.
I mean, hot drop is different though, and just like that, SRM. Once again, I was saying that earlier as well. They don't necessarily have the better spot right now. There's more angles from FMG, and Nordskip on that shotgun close up with his teammates in the back can't really be pushed either.
Oh, the circle shifts north too. We're starting to. You know what? Honestly, this is where that emergency pickup is gonna look pretty good. Even if you're Navi, like we're like coming in from the south side in these circles is so terrible. And if you're Navi right now, you're not expecting there to be anyone like Coparia. If you have an emergency pickup nearby, now might just be the time to pub it. Because you have to rotate, like you literally have to 180 the circle to get in safely.
Yeah. They, as you said, they should expect anyone, like especially around these hillsides where BBL and Pod is right now, deep center, they should expect all of this to be taken. The only team right now on the northern side, like Cobri area, is especially interesting, is After Alt, and even there, it's only Hibaku.
Look at their split. Daniman is in water treatment. Hibaku is north of the Coparia, and then they have Clem and Eden in Tora Umata. They're all like 3-4 kilometers apart, and they're just chilling. They have half the circle to themselves for that shift.
Yeah. They don't know that yet, but they will eventually.
Yeah.
The only team arriving right now is Venture. That's a good rotation for Venture, though.
I'm getting annoyed with this. It's too slow.
Yeah, should we say again that we're not a fan of this? I think we said that already, but great nade. Baron Peak with the underhand throw. Nordskip is going to go down. That leaves one shotgun player up close. That's knocked down. And you can see Baron, he's only got one more first aid. Him and is being lurked upon as well. What? Simsy and his teammate, who's that Intense, for the most part, being taken out of the equation as well. They can't really have any impact right now. Not sure if they've got all the information. Apparently they don't. On towards the PUBG Esports players. Because right now, they don't have any angles of them. Look at that global army on the lurk.
Yep. In the meantime, let's go back to fights that actually matter. As win or die. Try to pull up here on solo. They have made landfall, but it roots him down. Goose fell earlier in the game as well. This is not going to be easy. Extends though, trying to grab around the side. Doesn't find one as bomb built. He's able to take him down, and what looked like a decent opportunity is now. Yep, being completely torn apart. Win or die out. Solo racking up 4 much needed points and claiming some pretty clutch real estate should this next circle shift down towards that southeast.
Man, you just gotta give credit to Solo right now. Coming into the qualifiers, they have been nothing short of amazing in also in the early stages of the game. Especially these kinds of fights, they've been so consistent. Not only so far, but yeah, actually throughout the whole day, I want to say. Not only in this game. So 32 points to 70 inside the qualification spots right now. I'm excited to see if they can keep this up. They should get this last player as well, so that means 4 up and 4 kills to pop off this game.
Yep, intense now. Sat Solo in this building. He does have him and alive still, but they're nowhere near one another. In the meantime, some of them having lost global army. I think at this point, gotta try and figure how do we get out of this position. Issue is, I don't think that's what they're looking to do right now. They want these kills. They want the extra points. Now that they're here, they might as well commit to it. And if they have a emergency pickup, they might just be able to parachute their way to the circle.
Yeah, that push is finally coming in now. We've seen horrendous scenes. Pretty much the exact spot so far already. Yeah. But they're going to go for it again. Round 2, I suppose. Intense, running for his life currently. Because he knows he's going to get peeked any second from across the balcony. Can Baron even run it out there? He doesn't want to risk it. So Sheila's probably going to go close to the player inside arena and try to force that 1v1.
If they wait long enough, Intense is going to die to the blue.
Oh, he is actually. He's anyways. I think he is.
He's going to die now.
Wow.
That is, yeah.
Wow. Oh, man. As if it couldn't get any worse. And he's going to get flushed as
and
well.
he's trying to fly. Oh, my God.
Goodness.
Him and...
Yeah, you're speechless. I can tell. I mean...
there are so many words that I want to use to describe what we're seeing right now, but this is just... You know what? I will describe this new circle ship we just saw. Because it's gone out of the Cooperaria and into Crater Fields, which is actually kind of interesting. It's rare, or at least rarer these days, that the circles shift away from the Cooperaria, and when they do, they tend to go out towards that eastern side. This one, though, shifting back in towards the craters, could make for a very interesting late game. The next circle should go somewhat north and potentially a little bit west, but expect this one to literally explode any moment now, as these teams are trying to fight for, essentially not phase 3, but like all trying to predict that phase 4 shift and play accordingly.
Yeah. Going over to the other fights of this game number 5 that we're in already. Rowan is gonna drive over his own teammates who's been shot out, unfortunately. A little bit of a drive scouting situation coming in from them. They have to be careful though. They got driving into Yepa right now. They are aiming for the same dip. Easy first frag for Uljang, and that should signalize the other ones. They've just stop right below them to not drive up here any further. But the question is, Yepa shouldn't have a problem peeking down there, right?
And again, positions that in the past were playable, definitely, but not easy to utilize. Now, just with a couple of deployable shields, those angles that you like made these positions hard, if not near impossible to play, are now doable because of these utility pieces. So smart use of the shields. We'll see if they end up having more impact than they've had already.
Yeah, good nades coming out from who. They know that there's 2 players out there, and they're turning the situation right now a little bit around at least. And I just wanted to say, unless BBL has full focus on this, and now they do, Clip, who else on long range on BBL is going to get these frags? This time around, not with the bolt though. It's going to be the Mini 40.
Peeks on over. They find the flush on one. So many casualties have been coming already. Hold on back. Trying to get to safety. Oh, that nade!
Oh, the deployable shield! Are you kidding me? That is the new meta, ladies and gentlemen, and that's exactly what they're used for.
Clutch situation right there.
Oh, that's gonna hit though. What? What? Okay, I've seen it all at this point.
Oh, they're still alive, I'm not sure, but somehow able to be exactly that. In the meantime, Howl on your minimap. Coming across the screen, trying to figure out a place to call there. In the meantime, Sabin, well, they died to blue. 14th place for them. It's not like they had anything important to play for, considering that they are currently sat in 6th place at 31 points. But we'll leave it at that, and hopefully the next 2 games, or the next game, I should say, because there's only 1 left after this one, will play out differently.
I think you just saw the difference between the smoker lane launcher being used and the smoker if I'm not exactly. So that's how fast it is. You don't need to wait that extra half second before it pops. It's just instant. That's why it's so important that more and more teams are getting, maybe finding a situational advantage with it and maybe start using it more. Because I feel like that's the one utility we haven't really seen too much yet, at least being used. But
we've seen it, but probably unknowingly. I mean, because they take it out, obviously, when, I mean, it doesn't do any damage, so you don't want to be running around with a smoke launcher for too long. So you take it out, shoot early, and then you swap back to your main weapon. That is true. To catch what's happening. Katie, not really fully aware of where the shots were coming in from Oryx. Peeking on over again, taking out who are they.
Important fight for Venture as well, but going over to Solo, they once again are going to have pretty good isolated fights. This round is going to be Pod. They're fighting downhill, and Pod is in big trouble. These nades are finding their target as well. Good flash as well onto Hakatori, and 2 entries have already been given by Solo.
Yep, the picture-in-picture down on the bottom left side. An important fight to be had here, because the victor of this fight will have a pretty good chance of pushing down this ridge line. Hakatori, though, difficult for him to really get a proper angle. He wants to get the rest onto rocks, but just can't get the angle now, though. Help coming through. Wow. The Nog is instantly traded.
And somehow Pin couldn't get that trade. So said with a 3K together with his teammates is gonna find that flash on towards them, and that compound has just been cleared. Solo has one hell of a game so far. They've got 9 frags and it's 18 minutes played only. This is shaping up to be one hell of a game for them, and if they can continue this, they can qualify with this game alone.
Oh yeah, they definitely can. They lost one already, though. Now they want to get down this hillside, get to safety, but it's hard to find a proper angle to play from, especially knowing that they have Bitfix and probably other teams as well down below them.
Yeah, Taego says we cap as well. BFG, I mean, 4 points so far in these games. At this point, it's just they need to make this. As we said, do or die, but they need to make a pretty much a chicken dinner in this round.
I'm not sure exactly which fight to focus on here. They're not in the best position, him and Taego, to take any of these fights. And I think as long as Solo doesn't realize that they're sat on this wall, they should be alright. Issue is with Oakless applying pressure. They have to shoot eventually, and with the blue closing in too, they need to pick their poison here.
Yeah, picking their poison. That's a great analogy. First frag towards Oakless. They've been a bit quiet in this game so far, but they're just now stepping up. Next circle shift is going to be a little bit... Actually, it's going to be relatively centralized. Once again, Hal finding themselves some kind of dip. That is their playstyle. And Solo with a 10th frag in the meanwhile.
Huge. Absolutely huge game for Solo here. Sancho finding one more. So set with the... Solo ace against the team up there in the compound just before. Absolutely phenomenal.
He's going to have 4 KD?
Yep. It's pretty impressive. Pretty decent, the way that he's playing this match here. But let's see now, though. You can see Solo, they really want to deal with the team down below. And Soset once again, applying pressure down below, finding his kill number 5.
Yes, and man, I want to say BFG are in good spots, but they're really not. There could be shots from uphill at any second. As long as Solo's got to be scared of Orkless, so they can't peek far down that ridge. As long as that happens, BFG is relatively safe. But as soon as they get the confidence to peek all the way down, I think BFG is in a horrible spot and they will be picked apart. Same goes for Venture at the other side of the tree. So Solo keeps on being in positions where they can just rack up points. Second knock down there. Sancho's gonna get that second one as well. Kind of tries to catch up with his teammates. Two of them have already gotten 4 kills each in this round. Shows it actually on 5 at this point. And he's doing a very good job of that.
It's a dangerous peek on over, though. Here you can see Priel very hesitant in how he wants to approach this. They know that BBL has pushed up close. They know there's still Venture out towards the far eastern side too. So letting them crawl further forward, letting them hopefully give up their positions before you accidentally peek straight into a crosshair.
Tiz are bleeding out now. No way of reviving him. That's going to be a 13th frag for Solo. My goodness, what are we witnessing here? Solo is just dominating this round. And with one more point, if they get one more frag, they will be entering Entropic territory. We were asking ourselves before, and is Entropic in the first place? They still are, but they're still inside this game. But not to the degree that Solo is. Quick peek coming in from Rostenmar, and 2 frags immediately.
Finds the third as well. Rustenmeyer's all the BBL needed in order to take down all of Solo. I like the patience from Solo. I like the fact that they were playing it slow coming into it, trying to deal with Venture, but in not fully dealing with them initially and not utilizing or not applying more pressure towards BBL. Because they never picked the fight, the fights kind of picked them and they go down because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That happened so fast on Rustem. I gotta highlight him. He picked up all 3 of them.
Yeah. Imagine having him on his fantasy team. Making up for me only have 3 active players today.
Yeah, probably still win against me, so don't worry.
Ironic. Is going to try and crawl his way down. Not going to happen. Pitfix down and out again. It's been a pretty miserable day for them here today. A 0-point game once more as they fall just short of placement points here too. Just 4 points in the day. We'll see if they can make something happen in the final one. While top 6 might be out of reach, maybe, just maybe, they can get some momentum going for tomorrow's games.
Yeah, momentum, that's what it's all about. Good circle shift for BBL. Oh my, they're gonna be so happy about this. And Tropic on the other hand, look at this. Their new circle is just outside their compound. They're gonna have to make a move on towards after alt, and that also means potentially opening yourselves up to Hal. I mean, the timing could be there because Hal does have another team on their west side, and that is Navi. I know only 2 players, but come on, it's Navi. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's true. They're already set up that default, but I mean, honestly, at 37, even though Navi has had a pretty good start to the day today, they're not safe. By no stretch of the imagination yet. I mean,
yeah, no.
Exalt, if they pull up a good performance here, Oculus still with 4 alive in this match too. And Navi currently sat down in 5th. Nothing is guaranteed. Yesterday they fell just short of qualifying. It is not done until it's done here. Not at all.
It really isn't. Venture finally goes down. They have made their way to 21 points. Even they could, if they have a good last game, even they are still in the mix. So once again, don't count anyone out just yet. Even Yepa, if they have a massive last game, could be still inside the qualification slots. Anyways, Navi, they do get shots off on towards Howl, but so far no knock, and that's what they need.
One thing that's kind of sad from the teams down in the bottom of the leaderboard right now, though, is that look at the amount of teams alive in the top. They're only going to get more points as this game goes on. And 5 out of the 6 up here are still up and alive. As I say that, they're starting to fall. BBL loses Rustenmar, losing Smash now as well, as After All is peppering them from down below and Oculus from up above. Try to work together. There's just nowhere that BBL can go here to get to safety.
Absolutely not. I think it's only Michael left alive at this point. He's had massive impact in the last Miramar game, but maybe not this time around. Weston with some good shots. Doesn't find the last tick, though, as Oculus is making his way into that new safe zone, and they want to make their presence known, and that's what they're doing. Unfortunate that they couldn't finish this job against BBL because they're getting shot in the back. But it still looks very good for them. Flush comes through for Monodog, though.
Let's see if Mike can get Smash back up alive, and Tropic wants to commit to this. They want to get the kills fast. Oculus wants to do the exact same thing. Oculus, they get some points here again. Very close to that top spot, to that top 6, which would qualify them on through. And now Honor. We talked about the FAMAS. It's not easy to control the recoil on it. We'll see if he can make it happen.
Oh no, we've said it time and time again, he's been a key player. He's been named as one of the most underrated players in some of the interviews we've seen as well. We are playing in the rotation today. Flash maybe comes out. I'm interested to see this peak now, because Oculus, they do want to clear this. They've had 2 knocks against them. And even though BBL was up 3, they're only up 2 now. Or still up 2, I should probably say like that. Farmaeus from up top gets the 1, smashes 1 HP, but he still gets traded out somehow. Honor is being knocked here, and Oculus, this is kind of falling apart. Only 2 players left alive. They do get that 1 flash on towards one of the players, but still, only 2 players in that scenario. It used to be looking so good.
Yeah, finally the peak comes over. Finally BBL is dealt with, but in the meantime, Howl, as they try to wrap on in from the west side, being completely decimated by Afrol. Afrol is fighting on all fronts right now. They have Exalt to help them a bit, but able to take down Howl together. All of a sudden it's just Lasse left alive, and I don't think he's gonna get out of here alive. Nope, not gonna happen. He falls. 4 teams left alive.
Such an interesting fight on both of these edges, east and west side, because none of these teams were able to fight cleanly and therefore fight against Exalt and After All, both of these teams that really had a majority of the control. So that means they will probably be the last 2 alive standing when we approach late game. But Tropic is not quite out of this. Lucaris is getting that rest, and Iwas with 4 kills. This game should not be counted out too early.
Nope, sure shouldn't. Lugux just trying to wrap back around here. They do manage to get the rest, but Exalt must have heard the footsteps, and Fate is set right. As I say that, he's turning his back. I think they lost track of Lucaris.
Oh my goodness, if they get the timing right here, this could be disastrous. You can see them, they're still not even full HP right now. Now they're getting the first 8 off. But he hasn't even reloaded right now. Okay, now he's got reload. So that timing is for the most part off. Now he sees the first player. Now his position is no. That is so unfortunate. And now they have got the Rich line on him as well. Lucaris is trying to make something work. No damage being put out so far.
Ferris knows that he has to help up, but he also has to be very, very coherent, very aware of the potential push of Afterall from the other side. If Entropic can pace this one right, they might just get the help from Afterall that they need in order to come out victorious here. Lucarux pushing into the smoke. Little does he know, there's one floating right in the middle of it. Spotted though by Fade as it swings on him. Ivers though, instantly there to trade.
What a flick coming in from Fade, and now it's down to 1 player. Still, though, that only means after all, just got an easier time of cleaning this whole thing up. Unfortunate that Exalt couldn't finish this fight immediately. That first knock, that just ruined the chances of winning this game at this point. Ivers still looking for it. Ivers is gonna find it. Next knock coming in. After all, it's trying to clear some of these blocks with the nades, but they don't get any, and Ivers, in the meanwhile, is gonna clear up too.
See if we can get more going as well. Top 2 guaranteed, and a 1v2 still doable. Not easy, but definitely doable. Entropic won the previous game. They want this one as well, but Ivers only 18 bullets in the chamber. Not gonna happen as Ibago claims the last one. After all, a quiet game for them, but a much needed win, setting them up into that 2nd place and should solidify a top 6 placement. But for Entropic, again, able to make placement points twice now, and this time around it's Ivers stepping up when need be. We had Lucarux do it last game, we had Nader do it last game, and now Ivers shows what he's made of too.
I mean, they finally get the edges where they are able to fight without being hatcheted from across the map. And you can see their individual skill that is very much up to par. We do want to see them in the final. We expect them to be in the final. And they've turned it around today. I'm very excited to see them. That's one of the only 2 teams that I think we can safely say 100%. They are going into the grand finals. Yeah. And yeah, as I said, together with After All and Tropic, they will be the 2 names that we can definitely write on the board already.
Yeah, good to see them finally get things going. It has been a bit of a quiet period for the Entropic roster, but able to turn things around with the addition to Mexi. Maybe that is the change that they needed in order to get things going. But there's one more game left to play. I'm very eager to see the leaderboard when we come back from the break after this one, because it's going to be close. It's, I think, going to be less close than in the previous game, but we won't wait any longer. Let's go to the break. Let's get this final game ready and going so we can get back here and finish off phase 2 of the rotation. Stick around. We'll see you right after this break. One more match left in the second phase of the rotation. I'm Toby, joined by Felix, and we have been through a hell of a ride for today's first 5 games, and I cannot wait to see what the last game is going to bring us, Felix. Because if today's first games are anything to go by, it's going to be a brawl all the way to the finish.
Yeah, at least we don't have to worry about any of the military circles anymore, right? Because they've just... Yeah, I say that now. If we do have a military circle in Miramar as well, then I've really seen it all in these qualifying games. And the best of 6 qualifying as well. But either way, I mean, looking at the leaderboard, it's not too surprising. We've seen the Pod team step up. We've seen Na'Vi step up today. We've seen Entropic step up today. But there are a couple of teams in there that we didn't necessarily expect to have that great of a performance. Solo, for example. They've really surprised me today. And they're at the very brink of qualifying very safely as well.
Yeah, and in very dominant fashion, too, the way they approach these end games. I mean, also, after all, wrapping up this last game, I mean, they get their second win of the day in a best of 6. Yeah. Absolutely huge for them to get the amount of points that they were able to do so here. And for them, it's the first day of playing in this stage of the tournament as well. So huge for them to come in. And for the teams that played yesterday and now aren't playing well today either, a bit of a punch in the stomach, I suppose, knowing that if you're coming into tomorrow, it's not top 6, but only top 4 that goes through.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard from the last game once again. After all, as you said, the second win of today, 16 points. Entropic with 14, Zolo with 13. And look at that. Zolo had 13 eliminations and no placement points.
Well, I mean, you know what? I'll take a 13-point game any day of the week, regardless of how many placement points I get.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. Oculus, though, coming back into the mix, 8. BBL also with 6, very consistent. They haven't had really that much of a bad game really today. They've very consistently been scoring these points as well, and if they get a couple of more points in the last game, I think they'll be very safely qualified as well. Howl as well. Howl has really surprised me. They've had very good positions throughout all of these games today, but utilizing that position in phase 6 onwards, not really too much today.
No, and it kind of goes into Howl's playstyle. We talked about in the previous Miramar as well, how they like to play some of these dips and more unusual spots to play from. Issue is, those spots are great if you're just going to prone it out and let teams fight around you. But as soon as teams that engage you, it becomes difficult. Now let's see some player stats for today. Wow. Clip set up there, tied with Enan at first with 12 kills. Solid performance from him. Enan, though, doubling up or securing the damage here, 2,400. Quetba most times survived. Oculus player, again, I mean, Oculus making late game pretty much every single game. The kills ain't always there to be found, though.
I'm actually very surprised it's Keppa and Onward here from Oculus. I would have expected more solo players in there, but apparently not. Same goes for Na'Vi. I would expect a couple of more Na'Vi players on the total kills and total damage leaderboard, but at least Example is in there. I know before the broadcast you said, Example, he's the guy to get a lot of damage, but sometimes, the kills don't come quite as naturally as the damage does. And, I mean, you can see it here.
There you go. I like Sosa being up there, though. Of course, the 4K against Pod in the previous game helped a lot. And then Ivers as well, despite the fact that Nailup and Lugarus kind of worked in tandem to deal with Na'Vi earlier. It's Ivers on top, and it's Entropic on top, currently sat at 54, tied with After All. But of course, again, as I said previously, it's not really first and second that matters. It's down around that 6th place spot. Howl currently out, but just 2 points behind Na'Vi in 6th place. After this game is over, top 6 will qualify, and we have Oculus 31, Sabim 31 as well. This is so close, Felix.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible how any of these teams, even Venture, could still have it, even though they haven't really shown us the performance today, just as yesterday, unfortunately. They could still very much do it. I mean, one top 2 finish, and depending on how Howl and Oculus do, same goes for Sabim. It's in the realm of possibility. I'm a little bit disappointed in Pod. They haven't shown that one big round they needed to solidify themselves inside that 30-35 points mark. But I don't know, something, maybe it's the Spidey sense, but I feel like they're going to do that in the last game.
Yeah, also, I mean, for Pod to win Game 1 with 16 points and still sit outside top 8, that's a little, a little disheartening. But again, I mean, haven't really had the best performance overall on the day today, so it is what it is. Now, before we get into the final game, let's take a look once again at our official sponsor of the tournament, ProBats.gg. Not only do they make amazing esports merch and apparel, but they also have a part in a tournament that we've currently got going with all of you guys. Hop over to their homepage at ProBats.gg, design your own own mousepad, as you can see on screen right here. Whether you go for the full meme stuff, or whether you make it super epic, or whether you just do a picture of yourself or a picture from in-game, it's completely up to you. But screenshot them, send them to us, and then we will pick what we think is the best, and you will win a prize off of that. So impress us, and if you want it yourself as well, hop over to their homepage, use the coupon code THEROTATION, and get 10% off of your purchase.
Yeah, it's customized some of the mousepads. And once again, we will pick 3 mousepads. Each one of us will, with Mark joining us next week, and you'll get that mousepad sent to you. So make sure to also put some Mimi stuff in there. I want to see some. I want to have a laugh. Honestly, I want to have a laugh. Put some Mimi stuff in there.
I just want to have an image of all the solo players flying in Nova, like in midair. Whee! And then just like a text bubble going, yay!
It's bound to happen now.
Yep, it's probably gonna happen. Regardless, let's get back to it. Let's get back to this final match that we have coming up. I hate to focus on this, but I feel like I kind of have to. Not because of where Formulation is currently set on the leaderboard, but where Sabim is. They're just outside of top 6. They're within reach. While Sabim has been the victors in all these hot drops, I feel like Formulation has done enough to make it for no reason at all for Sabim to go back to it. Even if they just lose one player, yes, if they get 4 points early, losing that 1 or 2 players, that could be them getting a 4-point game here. Go somewhere else, loot on the edge. If you have to take an emergency pick up to the circle, there's too much on the line for your pride to go down and die in Picado in this game.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I was just about to touch on that topic as well. I mean, if they do contest in this game, I think it's a massive mistake and even bigger than what we've seen so far with all these contests. But yeah, on the other hand, maybe they're expecting to just win this flat out. It's a huge risk, but in the end of the day, it is an isolated 4-on-4 fight, and they've been very successful with it, except for that last game. But yeah, once again, I'm hoping they're not going to do it. As you said, I'm hoping they're going to drop somewhere clean, they're going to loot up, and they're just going to play this game as 4-ups and very, very cleanly. Working on it.
Let's see how this one is going to pan down. Of course, I mean, in worst case scenario, even if they don't qualify here, they still have tomorrow. But why risk it for a top 4 best of 6 when you could, and are still very close to, making it in a top 6 best of 6? We'll see. Worst thing being worse, though, it looks to me like Sabim is indeed flying into this exact same spot once more. As I say that, though, are they turning around midair? Maybe they were thinking if there's a world where FMG doesn't go, but no, they're committing because reasons. I mean, this is just me scratching my head, and you know what? Go ahead and talk a bit. I'll let you cover this one because this is incredibly pointless to me.
Yeah, it's especially a little bit saddening to see. Well, I have to wait. As I said, if this works out for Sabim and they're gonna wipe this clean, look, we can't debate against success. Like, at the end of the day, if they do still make it in, I guess somehow it's still going to be worth it. But thinking about if it doesn't, like, the high probability is that it doesn't. You're going to lose a player. Even if you do get 4 frags, if you lose 1 player, it's already not worth it in the situation that they're in right now, where they're very much in the they have the qualification at grasp. Like, 1 good game right now, and they're in. And looking at it, if it doesn't, let me finish that. Stop for 1 second. If it doesn't, tomorrow it's only top 4.
Yeah, I'll say this: PUBG is a game of playing the odds. PUBG is a game of somehow turning what is to some just RNG in your favor. Playing the numbers and optimizing your chance of success in games. Doing this, even if they come out victorious, why all in on a hand that is bound to lose because there is a 1% chance of you winning on it when you could just play it safe and have a very good chance of getting something better? Because they don't need a 15-kill win to qualify. They don't need 2 billion points this game. I mean, Formulation does, but Sabim just needs a couple to get into top 6. Why risk it for something like this? Yes, there is a chance for them to get 4 kills and take no casualties, but they also could go out with no kills at all. Yeah,
and also one thing we do have to know for FMG right now. I mean, They will be hard to fight because it's always, you never want to fight a team that's on the losing side of things, like that doesn't have a lot to lose. Yeah, but they could in theory still make it. So they're not going to just right away just throw it out of the window, the chance they've got here. But they will be fought differently, and they will make decisions differently, more risky decisions, more stuff that's maybe less easy to anticipate, and that makes it really hard to fight them as well. It makes them to some degree unpredictable.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this one is going to pay. You know what I kind of want? I want this game to end in Picado.
Okay,
Just allow them to sit there and do nothing, and then it's
Make it
the
1v1
third
in the
team
endgame.
that comes in that kills both of them. Just so that none of them get the final laugh in this one. I guess technically the final laugh, if Formulation ends up killing Sabim now, they would get the final laugh in this. But regardless of how that one pans on out, it's not been pretty for either of them in the city. Shots are being fired once again, as we can see on the map. And we can see everyone else transitioning here down towards the south.
Kind of want to see Salem just make it now. Kind of want to see them just win this and then still qualifying just to prove all of the haters wrong. It's 6 points only. That's actually, it's so unbelievable. It's 6 point only, right?
That's the thing. That's why I kind of don't want them to qualify. The fact that they take the chance, the fact that they gamble I don't want to say easy qualify, because 6 points in this lobby is still hard to obtain. But the fact that they gamble a game when they're so close and need so little. Had it been a case of them needing like 20 points this match, yes, we need points. Yes, we've been beating Formulation early on. Let's just go for it. Then fair enough. You might as well just send it and see if you can get those points early. But they don't need that much. You know, let's just see. Let's just see what happens.
We'll see. We'll take a specific look at August as well. They're also very close to qualifying. As you said, as we've seen in the time that they've played today in the players' lifetime, they're very close. 31 points have been in plenty of the late game scenarios so far, and 8th place is it's not a perfect position, but it's a good position to be in the last game of the day.
Well, most teams, if not almost all, have made their way down towards the circle. There's plenty of playable areas in this one. Of course, Los Leones out towards the east could essentially house half the server as well. Not that that's the case right now, but up towards the north, after all, a little late to it. BBL as well, even though they could just parachute in. I don't think they will this time around. Sheila, is he down to low HP? Will be able to heal on up though, as this one stalls for a little while longer.
So I'm still looking for that initial entry, the one that they've been given so very often. Last round it's been against Nordskiff this time around. No one's really being too out of the open. Maybe Simsy pre-firing that door. Global Army, luckily for him, because he would have had to stop to open the door. Luckily for him, he goes around the right side of it.
Yep, Simsy able to find a little more ammo. Got 14 bullets and 1, but only 5 in the M16. And then plenty of ammo.
Oof, what an angle.
Action, yeah, difficult to go up against.
I love it, but I always love that. Who was it? Was it? No, Global Army couldn't have been, but I think it was Baron. I love it that he expected Angle to be there.
And Bitfix are starting to shoot in towards the city now, as well as Oculus. Everyone just wanting a piece of this. That's the issue. I mean, all the circles have been going away from Picardo, so no one has really had a reason to third party. But now Navi are here, Oculus are here, and Bitfix as well, just making this even worse for, I mean, essentially only Salvin. I think Formulation, as much as they're sad and third to last, they're kind of just having a laugh at this point.
Yeah. Shalom is still not in a bad spot. Right now, they could still very much dodge this. They could still just play their game. They would probably have at least one vehicle up there. But they still don't know up to. August in the meanwhile rotating past. Oh, this is now gonna get interesting. He doesn't shoot though. Kepler doesn't want to farm the damage. Example would have surely shot that.
I mean, August would love points, especially on Sabim. They've probably seen the leaderboards coming into this game. They know it's a tie with them and Sabim. If they get them taken out, that's pressure alleviated. And even more so, that's points going their way. That would be absolutely huge.
Definitely. Bitfix, on the other hand, the one team that's in absolute last place right now. We've only seen 4 points from them. It's been frustrating. They haven't gone to the qualifiers with the best of performances, but they've still been looking very promising so far today. It's not been the case. I don't think there's been a lot to learn. I think there's been a lot to learn from today, but also a lot to fix. And today only top 4. It's they'll have to fix things, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They'll have to fix things fast.
They tried their luck with the early emergency pickup parachutes, but I think they were, just a little too late. There were times where had they gotten into the circles, like literally 30 seconds earlier, they could have crashed compounds where the teams were split, but because they were a little late to them, the teams were able to group up prior and just sit comfortably in the compounds and shoot them out of the air. So
yeah,
for Bitfix, obviously now having to play tomorrow, unless if they pull off half server killed game, they would hopefully for tomorrow, if they opt to go back to the emergency pickup strategy, try and time it a little better.
BBL on the other hand, rotating in through the northwestern side. They've been consistently very late, very edge heavy on these kinds of games, but the fighting has worked out so well for them. Not only yesterday, but today as well. They've had their chances yesterday as well. Very closely didn't qualify. They're showing today that they definitely do deserve so. And it's a good entry so far. We'll see where the next circle goes, but I'm having also high hopes for them. That the fightings today, the individual performances, not only from Michael but from Rustamar. I mean, think about last game. Yeah. They have been on point. If they do get into a good position, just a couple of points I need. I think like 5-6 points might just be enough to qualify. And I'm confident they can do that in this game.
Let's see here, Sabin trying to wrap down on the southern side again. I mean, I feel like at this point they should be aware that teams have made their way very close. Must have heard vehicles. You can see them looking towards the west side here as well to make sure that no one's peeking at them as they transition on through. CC is inside. Fortuna is kind of set around here waiting, trying to listen for audible cues, but not a whole lot are able to be given. Maybe, or it should be, I say, able to hear Simsi there though.
Circle's about to close. So far, they are still inside the circle. That's the one thing they haven't had in the last game. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference, but either way, that means maybe a couple of more minutes to fight this out. I mean, Intense did, in the end, have a problem with it. I mean, look, you've said maybe it's kind of Picardo. You want to see it.
Imagine.
Look, that circle it's dead on.
Imagine if it actually swings in. The thing is, because we're shifting away from land with the next shift, not the one coming up, but the one after that, if this one shifts north, it has to go into Picardo after it. Because where Layers is currently set, that's going to be shifted away from. We'll see. In the meantime, now, who are they? Up against our current third place team of Sancho. He's been on point today, finds the single, finds the double. Easy peasy for Sancho. Takes him down. And just once again, showing how ready Solo came in today to play.
Man, you can't even like blame who for that peak, but they're just getting shut down everywhere they go. They've got 6 points, and imagine running into this. Their confidence has to be at an all-time low, and once again, I can't even blame them for doing this peak. Sancho just shuts it down so well. One trade comes in, Prill goes down. Maybe that's an opening they can capitalize on.
Well, let's see if we can get something off of it. Wait for the nade, but didn't up to fully commit to it, expecting there to be more threats up close, I think. Nade gone on it, nothing found off of it though.
Maybe that next nade is going to do a bunch of damage. It's only going into the middle room. There comes the shotgun.
Boom, boom.
And the shotty, I mean, yeah, even the shotty is pretty strong these days. Even the shotty. Katie goes and finishes both of these players solo. I'm just going to guess it's going to be enough for these 43 points, as they've gotten 2 points in this already, but we should not be so certain.
Yep.
Not just yet.
Savim has already lost one. And to me, that's a instant, well, then I guess it wasn't worth it. But we'll leave it at that. I'll let them prove to me that they can take out the rest of formulation, as we've seen them do a couple of times already. But right now, I mean, they're kind of slowly trying to wrap further towards the southern side of the city. And now I think, if they didn't know already, starting to realize that there are, in fact, a lot of teams in under.
No, it's good. We've seen him on the shotgun for so many times now in these hard drops. He did think about pushing that. I wouldn't even blame them for a second. Now Win or Die actually comes in, and that party's there, so he's being taken out very low and has to reposition. Simsy, on the other hand, up in the 5 stack, looking for a frag on his own.
Yeah, formulation just being a thorn in the heel here for Sabim as to try and make the way further forward. Simsy, I don't know if he's having internet issues or what it is, but his POV today has looked very shaky. He flew up the staircase earlier, and now as well, he's trying to run on forward. Looking a little glitchy there. But now CC, ooh, headshot comes through. Maybe he's going to find the knock over that nade.
Oh my goodness, that nade hit.
It does! Oh, perfect!
Colby, what an absolute crazy nade. And that's Simsy going down, and now I think Zabin, now or never. Now they do have to switch things up. They do have to be more aggressive. They should know where the last of the players are. Maybe Intense is no, but at least one of them is, and that's Nordskiff. Sure, he's got the shotgun, but collecting him would be the right call. But yeah, as you already said, Sheila's down. Still, all in all, not worth it just now.
Yeah. Still kills here as well, though. Baron, spray on through. Being done towards me now as well. Some more smokes are being deployed. New circle. It's gonna pop. Will they get to stick around here, or will Blue get the better of them? We actually might end inside the city. It should go more towards the south, but we'll see. There's still a chance.
I do have to point out, it's such a good shift off for BBL. They came to the northwest side. They've pretty much gotten 2 shifts now, and for BBL in that position, that's an absolute gift. Like they can not only split a lot there, but they can also have a very safe early game, and that's what you want to have BBL. I mean, they always capitalize on towards those positions.
Exactly. CC now trying to grab on out as the remaining teams here trying to make their way towards the circle. Schofield isn't with the rest of Powell. I'm not sure if he didn't get into the car in time, or if it was like, guys, you know what, go without me. It'll be fine. In the meantime, Sabin does manage to kill FMG, so they will fall. And Oakless welcoming Solo. Vehicle run over, but kills him, return as Solo falls.
How many of these are able to get flushed? I think none of them have been flushed so far. There's no one to third-party that. Can you believe it? Not even after all this looking down on this. Sure, the smokes are up, but they should have some kind of third-party potential. BBL, in the meanwhile, is kind of resting after all up on that ridgeline. Maybe that's the reason they're not peeking down. Oculus is going to get that breach with all 4 men up. Can you believe it? 2 eliminations being put up and Solo being out with 43 points. That could be a game-changing factor in the last game of Phase 2 today.
Yep, and again, what previously was unplayable is now playable with deployable shields. They've set up their own little fort here. Set up the walls, set up tight in the middle of the circle, or the south side, I should say, of the circle, but where the most likely middle of the next circle will be. And look at how close it is. Again, top 6 goes into grand finals, and currently Na'Vi is at 37, but Howl and Sabin were right behind them, tied at 35.
There we have them as well, Pod. I was saying that I have high hopes for them in the last game, and I have a feeling that they're going to qualify. They're not the best of spots, but they're in a good spot so far. And as you said, the next circle kind of has to shift down. Oh, it's expected to be.
Yeah. It has to come up the mountain.
Yeah, it's actually kind of the most. So Pod they're in a relatively good spot. They can still play up towards the ridgeline, even outside the compound. If it is going to shift hard west, they've got a little bit of a problem. But anything other than that, they've probably still got all the vehicles. They've got good utility to concede in Levante, and they got a good edge to hold off Entropic potentially.
But what they also have is a hungry Entropic pulling up on them. Good thing for them is Schofield is kind of wrapping in behind. I mean, honestly, I don't know exactly what Schofield's plan is here. He is trying to reunite with his team in the center of the circle, but it's not going to be easy to get there. We'll try and keep track of him on the map feed, while Putt here tries to fend off against the entirety of Entropic.
Yeah, Entropic's been crazy deadly so far. Hakatori opens it up. Now that's going to be interesting. Ibis goes down. And no one can really make a move on it. I think Pod is not confident enough to push out of this, but the blue zone maybe? Okay, no, he's got him on his back. Let's see how far the blue zone goes. I think there's one more ridgeline where they can potentially chill on, but after that, they've got no vehicles. They have to take this fight.
Yeah, they really do.
On the circle.
Take it. Yeah, the circle. I mean, kind of going where we expected it to. Out towards that western side. We said after all was going to sit pretty well in it. Come next circle. Indeed, they did. Howl, Exalt, same story for them. But for Entropic now, they have to kind of decide. Do we go for this fight now that we get the rest up, or do we try and leave and get away from here?
That's the big question, Lucarux. Levante doesn't expect the nade to be happening, and he can't trade it. It goes into the wrong window. Lucarux nades the wrong window. He nades the staircase. For some reason, he nades the staircase. Otherwise, there would have been a knock, surely.
I think had he accidentally not gotten the handbrake on his vehicle. You see now the smoke's been deployed as well. He wants to get back to his car, and I think they would have left earlier had they had a chance to, but because his car is further behind him now, it's difficult for them to really regroup on it. In the meantime now, though, the rest of Entropic sending it all the way around, trying to engage a putt from the other side.
That is such a smart move. They knew they can't fight this up on this ridgeline. It's an unfortunate situation for them, so they have to leave Lucarus there. But the rest of them finding a different entry into this is so good, and none of them die immediately. Actually, Lucarus gets the first knock onto rocks on the other side of the compound, so even him as a solo is doing his work.
Yep. Catching the team off guard. Pod has to really kind of adjust to this one. Now it drops down already. And Na'Vi still lingering in the nearby area. Now Pin trying to help, but taken up by That's so far away. Down towards that southwest side. Just like that, Pod in shambles.
Man, that's such an unfortunate timing as well. Hakatori almost had that frag on Nailed, but that knock on towards Pin means it's a 3-on-1, and they should get it. Hakatori! Oh! Hakatori with another one! What is this? We We've seen Entropic with crazy individual performances, but this one is all on Hecatori. He finds the 3K and shuts down Entropic on an individual play that they absolutely needed. Looking at the circle, looking at the leaderboard situation, he keeps their dreams alive.
The push coming in one-on-one, hoping that we can get a replay off of his POV later down the line here. Whenever Puck has had good things going their way, it has usually come off the hands of Hecatori, and he did not disappoint here either.
Hecatori, unfortunately for them, I mean, they're sitting in 10th place. It's only one player left alive. Sure, the dreams maybe are alive, but he's a solo now.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. He needs to rack up extra points if they want to qualify, but look at how many teams are still up and how close this leaderboard still is. Na'Vi currently on the cusp, losing 2 mid-rotation here. It is not looking good for them. They fell short of qualification yesterday, and they will potentially fall short here as well, unless of Howl or Oakless can find just one more point.
That West shift just absolutely destroyed them. None of the Na'Vi players are gonna make it in. It's 1 point off of qualification. Na'Vi is at the brink of not making it into the finals unless they can get top 4 tomorrow. And the points, once again, they will be reset. They will start off with absolutely nothing despite the great start they've had today.
Na'Vi not qualifying into the finals of the rotation would be completely unbelievable. I mean, it wasn't a great start to yesterday, but they finished off strong in the final games yesterday. They started off really strong today as well. Just the final couple of games here have just not gone their way. So we'll see. There's a dream where 37 points will be enough, but with how many teams are close, within reach, they need all the stars to align. They need all the correct teams to go down now without any extra points.
Yeah, they really need to. BBL, just want to point them out again. They haven't had to move pretty much. They've had no one on their edge, and they will continue to have no one on their edge. It's pretty good. I mean, Winner Die is probably going to push up eventually, but they're still sitting very comfortably inside the houses. And look, the new circle doesn't include the hills to the north of it that they could potentially play. I'm talking about Winner Die, obviously, but they can't. So the safe zone is completely clear for them.
Yep. Comes Jeb up full speed forward. They need good nades, and here comes the first 2 Fade, able to find the double over the wall there. You can see Molotov and Ferris. They have to come down and support. They have to focus that southern side. But do we see Venture react off of it? They do, but they don't engage. They leave the compound themselves. Fade up close, doesn't find Raven as he takes down one more. Raven does get traded in the end though, so just one more left alive now for Yep. Going for the rest of it. Very ballsy play in the smokes.
Actually, they need to win. They need to win this. Gets the first one, gets the second one. 4 points immediately for Exalt, and that means up to 42 points now. That still leaves Na'Vi inside the qualification spot because they've been above them anyways. Yep. But now it is time to kick them out, and it's Oakless situation to do so. One more frag has been gathered, and then yeah, the tiebreaker is in Oakless' hands. Na'Vi is out of the qualification spots, but how immediately overtaking Oakless.
Yep, it's a fight for that 6th place spot now. Howl and Oakless tied. Who can outlast the other? Oh no, those fall, but they should be able to get the rest on up. All players, well, with the exception of Extents, are inside the circle. We'll see now how this one is going to unfold as this is getting ever so much closer. Sarvim 2 points away from a qualification here, or at least a potential one, but the nade coming over from Goose takes out 2 from Howl.
That is such a good nade. Howl is in absolute shambles right now, and Oakless is right behind them. They're so close to the tiebreaker. If that last one dies, he's inside the shack right now, but eventually he's gonna get naded out of there. Then Howl is not gonna be in either. But we want to point out Venture right now. They're on the southern side. No one's on the compound east of them. They still got a very good position as well, and they're all 4 up.
Matt needs to just survive now. Needs to make sure exactly this. The points don't go to the teams they don't want them to. It's Exalt who are already in, and it's I believe, Venture, who are set further down the leaderboard that got the other one. So right now, Matt has to survive. Issue is Circle ain't on him. So how the hell does he get out of there alive?
That's going to be the question. Maybe, yeah, for the first time, really, in this matchup, they're going to have to make some kind of actual rotation in terms of a rotation that has actual danger. Let's see if they will focus on SRM first. They can isolate that. So far, it's only Clip. He's been having a massive day today for... Oh my goodness, that would have fit. He's had a massive day. 12 kills, leading the total kills charges as well, despite playing pole action in some of the games. But that nade is not going to do more damage.
Hoping, praying that somebody deals with Oakless right now. That somebody deals with Sarvim right now. And right now, it's BBL that are looking to try and deal with both of them.
Matt is just trying to keep SRM on distance. But yeah, Matt, I mean, man, he's the only one left alive. Yeah, but still, I don't even think he's in the next circle. I think he has to leave the shack.
He isn't, yeah, exactly.
And that
he has
means...
to leave, but if he can outlast these teams and just get placement points, he might just be okay. Issue is, Salvim, it seems like they have the shack on their eyes. We see them lobbing over. The smoke launcher, Clipto finds one. Will he find more of it? Will the points go over to the team on the other side that really needs them? Not just yet. One for BBL, one potentially for Exalt here as well.
The only thing going for SM right now is that BBL is being held up from nading and shooting downwards from distance, but even that isn't as certain. As you can see, Smash is nading downwards. Next, with a gets taken down, and Baron as well. Michael with that second frag, and that means SRM is out as well. And that's going to pose another huge problem for them, because they will not go over to the finals either. They will not make it. All that work they put into these hard drops in Picaro and Pachinki will not pan out.
Not pan out at all. They will fall just short. In the meantime now, after all being pushed onto by Venture, they need a lot of points. They need them fast if they want to have any chance of qualifying here. Currently set at 25. They pretty much need the rest of the server to go into their hands if they want to make it through here. But with the nades coming over, it's not looking good. 2 down, though, on the side of Afterworld.
Question is, when is Orcus going to strike at this? Because Orcus already got nades in there. Vorix with another one. Suddenly it's only Dynamo. Paints cleans it up. Venture, they are having capabilities to actually qualify here. If they do get the reses up, it's no one flushed so far. So once again, unless Orcus is going to make an aggressive push up the hill now, which I think they have their eyes on, Denimon, now he's going to take, now, excuse me, I thought After was already flushed there, but now he's going to get annihilated. Tizzer picks it up. So unless Orcus is immediately pushing this, they've only got 2 on the front lines. The
Howl is still alive. Howl is somehow still in this, and I'm tied at 40 with Orcus. Orcus just need 1 more point to upset this one, to get in front of them, and they're pushing ever so much closer to Venture above, but Quetpa falls from behind.
And now the flush has come
2
through.
down.
Yeah, it's falling apart right now. It's only Tizzer. He's put in so much work so far. He's going to have to make that push work. He has to take out Orcus. That's the one team he needs to take down. He sees the first player. He gets 1 flash in an Orc. Is this possible for Tizzer?
No way! How? I mean, Matt managed to cross over the road. He managed to get to the other side. No one is seeing him right now. And Orcus just have 1 more player left alive. They're tied, and Tizzer with your 7 bonus. Orcus finds him, though. 1 point for Orcus. But now the question becomes, can he outlive? Can he outlive the opposition? Matt needs to stay alive, and Orcus needs to do so as well. But Ferris is here, and once that smoke fades away, they are going to be in so much trouble. Matt needs to outlive this in order to get back the tie in his favor.
It's absolutely absurd seeing here in the last game of Phase 2. Exalt looks to make a push on towards Orcus. This is going to be an all-deciding fight, whether or not Howl or Orcus are going to make it in. No angles being put up so far, but surely it's a matter of time.
It sure is. Who comes out victorious? Who gets to outlive the other? 1 point is the tie, and if the tie goes their way, it will be in favor of Howl. Quidpup finds the knock on 1, no flush is confirmed. Howl has no intentions of fighting, but as I say that, the Mad forced to peek on over. Weston goes down. Just 1 more left to be found in order for them to fall, and indeed they do. Just like that, Howl off of a tie. Mad off of having sat in a shack for God knows how long, able to qualify from staying alive. They make it in. They somehow make grand finals. What the hell have we just witnessed?
Mad, he's not even finishing this game either. He wants to keep.
Wait, Orcus ain't 2! Orcus ain't 2!
At this point, another shot's coming out from Exel, and somehow they come alive. They come out alive, excuse me, on this one with 13 kills. But that's not the story of the game at this point. It is Mad surviving inside that shack, somehow getting that back signal to BBL, and qualifying in one hell of a turn of events. Orcus being shut out as far as I'm concerned.
No, they just qualified too. The flush came through onto BPL. They never got the rest onto Clip, so Solo are out.
What?
They both qualified.
So who dropped out there?
They both qualified. I think Solo fell out.
Solo dropped out on that one?
On the very final kill, or the second to final, because they died, but they had the knock onto Clip. I'm pretty sure I saw on the left-hand side there that they actually still made it through. I think both the teams, of whom we had deemed that only 1 would qualify, I think both Orcus and, I can't even think, Howl just qualified.
Yeah, we'll get the information in a second. It might be the case. It might be the case. I honestly I didn't even take a look at that. I was so focused on Matt just getting that backstep. I'm not even sure how was he alive? Was that like a little corner inside that shack where he was alive at?
He crossed the street. He saw all of Orkless. They didn't know there was still one in the shack. He crossed back over the other side and then tried to play it slow. And I think in the end, once he saw BBL alone, knowing that he was only going to be able to stay alive for so long, he wanted some extra points. And that extra point might just have given him a qualifier spot too. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. That is one of the closest end games we've ever seen in terms of a qualification for like that was a final second of a game decider in whether or not a team qualified or not. And
man, it's
Jesus.
I don't know what to tell you. It's yes,
production
likewise.
F5 refresh. We need to see the leaderboard. We need to know if Orkless qualified or not.
I didn't even think Axel was going to win that in the end either. So Axel coming out with majority of the players in the late game, they're cleaning it up. 13 kills as well. We got to highlight that because we will see them in the finals as well. But man, what a late game. I mean, BBL, sure, they've had good circles, but man, that's not the team to talk about in this round. Same goes for Orkless and Venture. I mean, the way they fought back there, it was a back and forth. Tizza, we got to highlight him as well. I mean, he kept the dreams alive for a split second there, and I thought if he can survive, maybe BBL was going to die immediately after, maybe Howell was going to die immediately afterwards. He would have been in second place. Maybe that's a possibility in terms of placement points as well. But well, we're going to have to wait for the leaderboard.
At no point did I expect both Orkless and Howell to qualify. But you know what? In all fairness, given how exciting that final game was, they both deserved it. They both deserved it. They did everything they could in each their respective way to try and stay alive in that one. So the fact that they both make their way through, I think it's pretty cool. If that's the case. Because I'm not 100% sure.
I didn't see the leaderboard in the end anymore. I wasn't even thinking of that possibility. Exactly. I mean, in the end, yeah, sure. I mean, that could have happened because of the way the teams went out, but it wasn't in the back of my mind, man. I was so focused on Matt and how that leaderboard situation was going to shape up. But yeah, I mean, we're just going to wait on production here. I mean, just as everyone else is in the chat.
I'm just waiting right now to see what this leaderboard looks like. Let's see. Is it here? Is it here? Oh my god, it's just a game. They're baiting us. They're baiting us. It's just the game statistics.
After all that far down, yeah.
They're baiting us is what they're doing. They're preparing the drum roll for the overall leaderboard. Orkless able to get 12 points this game. Howl able to get 9. But look at this. Placement points for Howl. Kill points for Orkless is what got them up here. And for Solo, just 2 points. I think they might have been shoved out, but we'll have to wait another couple of seconds to confirm it.
Drum roll. Drum roll. Get us in there, production. Show us the overall leaderboard, because I think just as much as we are waiting, everyone out there is waiting as well. On towards this final leaderboard.
Whoa, you can't do this! You can't do this, production!
Come on! Oh, it is!
They did it! They actually did it!
It is a tiebreaker! Are you kidding me?
They beat them on placement points!
Oh my goodness.
Solo,
43 points.
Solo had the game with 13 kills and no placement points. I said, you know what? I don't care. We'll take 13 points regardless. Had those 13 points been placement points, not that you can get that in one game, but you know what I mean, Solo would have qualified. That is insane. They both made it in. Off of Orkless getting a kill, then getting a knock, then getting eliminated. And then because Exalt killed the final player on BBL, they were still rewarded the point off of the knock-on clip. They qualified after they died.
Yeah. It must have been that way. I mean,
that is insane.
I didn't even catch that, but it was good that you did, because otherwise we would have just said, hey, clueless. But
that is
either way, Solo. Man, Solo. Not only that, Solo isn't the only storyline. It's Na'Vi as well.
Yep,
Na'Vi
again
on that breach down low is once again choking things out in the later stages. I mean, it was the other way around yesterday where they started playing in the end stages. Now this time around, sure, it's been a tough circle. Rotating down there after, it's been hard shifting west. Sure, it's hard, but that's the kind of thing you have to be prepared for.
Oh yeah.
And that breach just, man, it didn't work out. They got crushed immediately. That was interesting enough. That was the shack that Matt in the end survived and qualified off of.
Jesus Christ, what a game. What a series as well. And
Man,
well, tomorrow
tomorrow
it's gonna be even more difficult, because we are tomorrow gonna be playing for top 4, and you have the likes of Na'Vi playing, which I'm not going to say they will, because now we've seen both good and bad Na'Vi in this qualifier as well, but there's a pretty good chance they're going to make their way through. Let's just take a quick look again at exactly how this works. So yesterday, top 6 qualified through. They were then replaced by the second 6 teams from the qualifier today. Then today, we've just had 6 teams qualify on through. And they will then be replaced by the last 6 teams from the qualifiers tomorrow, where we will play yet another best of 6, but only top 4 will qualify after tomorrow's games, rounding out the 16 teams we'll have in the grand final. So now we've already found the first 12, but we're waiting to find the last 4 teams that will advance to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I just gotta say, it's such a cool innovation in terms of, you know, structuring the playoffs, because that just means that even teams from the playoffs that normally wouldn't have even made it into playoffs still get the chance to at least have 6 chances. Yeah. For example, tomorrow, or even depending on how you do, even 18 chances to make it into the qualifiers. So no one's really losing out with this. Instead, more teams coming in from the playoffs. 28 this time, total teams are having the chance to progress on through. Even though it's going to be 4 teams only tomorrow, man, it's if it gets anywhere as close as today,
it can't. It literally cannot get closer.
It actually can. Now, if we're honest, it actually. Well, look, I'm not going to say anything. Maybe it does. Maybe it's going to be 2 teams that die and somehow still make it in. We don't know. We don't know anything at this point anymore.
It's I thought yesterday's games were insane, and when I said starting off the show today that can today's games get anywhere as close as yesterday's, I was like, yeah. Sure, not gonna happen, you know. It did, and honestly, I'm gonna say it now. I don't know what tomorrow's games can do to become even more exciting than this. But let's take a look at some of the individual performances here. Molodog rounding up the top of the kills with 15 solid performance from him and Exalt as a whole. Enan staying on top with almost 3,000 damage done in just 6 games. Phenomenal performance from him. And then Quetpa, able to stay alive for the most of it. Him and Honor up there together. That means placement points. They were in the game for the long haul, and that is what won them that tiebreaker.
Yeah, I could want to point out Clip and Michael here especially as well, because BBL has been so consistent on the games today. They haven't won any of the games, but they've been continuously raking up points. I don't think, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think there's been a single bad game from BBL, essentially, where they didn't get at least 5 or 6 points. So BBL, man, it's been really impressing me today, and I hope we see the same thing in the finals. It's been kind of safe already. I think we all kind of knew that BBL was going to make it to the finals, but I still want to point that out. I mean, BBL just one hell of a job.
Yeah, definitely. We expect to see them there, and it's a good thing that they finally got there. And I believe that's going to be Na'Vi, the only team now in terms of the invited teams that have yet to make it into the grand finals. Probably one of the teams we expected the most to be in there already. So kind of interesting. We'll see if they can make top 4 yesterday. Now they 2 days in a row couldn't make top 6.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's troublesome, isn't it? To some degree, it's troublesome.
And honestly, it's kind of weird, but the more of the more established teams, the more of these invited teams that we're removing from the equation, the more random, the more crazy shenanigans we're gonna see. And it's not always, like, sometimes Na'Vi thrives in these environments where whenever they play one of these open qualifier-esque lobbies, they will just steamroll them. They will get 20 kills every game. Not true, but you know what I mean. And just completely slaughter the competition. And sometimes it's not quite that. And I feel like that's what we've been seeing here. While they have had some success, we've also seen the shaky Na'Vi. And if they aren't playing in all cylinders tomorrow, I'm worried for them.
Absolutely. What you should be worried about as well is your Twaya fantasy team. So make sure to, once again, for the day tomorrow, you've got some time until the game starts to change out 2 of the players. 2 of the players is the maximum amount you can change out. I don't even think I need to change out too much, because I think one of the players I picked really... Yeah, Example is still playing. I don't even know who else. Paints are still playing, definitely. Either way, make sure to change that out. You've got 2 chances to switch something up. So if you want to reset yourself for tomorrow, there's going to be, once again, 6 teams less than what we've seen today, because these already qualified, obviously. So if you do want to change them out, make sure to not forget that until tomorrow and until the game starts.
What a finish, though. What a finish to an already exciting tournament. And we ain't even in the finals yet. It's always so interesting having these days where everything just goes crazy. You go, oh my god, and the winners. No, wait a minute. We're still in the qualifiers. It's still playoffs. We're not even in the grand finals yet. They aren't happening until next week. And if this is any sort of a warm-up to what we're going to see in those grand finals, I'm excited for it. It's going to be hell of good.
Absolutely. And I think we want to close out the show with a big thank you to not only PUBG Esports, but ProPreds GG for supporting this tournament. And yeah, same goes for tomorrow. They will still be our sponsors, so make sure to I mean, you're already checking out PUBG Esports, but at least check out ProPreds.gg. That's the official website. And use rotation for 10% off.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal to broadcast these games to you already. And I think with that said, I'm not sure, we haven't heard from production, but I think with that said, we're going to round off the day. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Congrats to the 6 teams making through to the grand finals. We'll see you tomorrow for the final phase of the rotation.